Mesopotamia, the empires that invented the world. Chapter 1. The King with the Broken Eye. I want to start with a face. Not a city, not a map, not a date. A face cast in bronze, a little larger than life, made somewhere in the north of Iraq about 4,300 years ago. It is the head of a king. The beard is extraordinary, long, squared off at the bottom, worked into rows of tight ringlets that a metalworker had to carve one at a time into the wax before a drop of bronze was ever poured. The hair is bound up and coiled at the back in a bun, the way a certain kind of powerful man wore it in that century. The mouth is closed. The expression is calm and slightly amused and absolutely certain of itself. It is one of the most beautiful objects to survive from the ancient world, and it is beautiful in a way that had essentially not existed before. Everything older looks like a symbol of a person. This looks like a person. Somebody stood in front of a living man and looked at him hard enough to get the set of his jaw right. And somebody else, later, took a blade to it. Look at the left eye. It has been gouged out entirely, the socket hacked deep into the bronze and left as a raw wound. The tip of the nose is flattened. The left ear is cut away. And here is the thing that turns my stomach and thrills me at exactly the same moment. None of that damage is accidental. Time does not aim. Time does not go for the eye. Corrosion does not travel across a face and remove an ear and leave the ringlets of the beard perfect. Somebody held this head down and blinded it, on purpose, with intent, because in the world that made this object, mutilating the image of a king was not vandalism. It was execution. You put out his eye so he could not see. You cut off his ear so he could not hear the prayers of his people. You broke his face so that his name would stop working. So the very first thing this civilization hands us is a masterpiece with a knife wound in it. A king so glorious that someone spent a fortune in bronze on his portrait, and so hated, or so dangerous even in memory, that someone else came back generations later to kill him again. We do not know for certain who he is. The two best guesses are the man who invented the empire or his grandson who invented something even stranger. We do not know who mutilated him. And I have to tell you the hardest part now at the very start because it is part of the story. I cannot send you to see it. That head sat in the National Museum in Baghdad for decades, and in 2003, in the chaos, it walked out of the building. It has not been seen since. Somewhere in the world, in a crate or a vault or a private room, there is a bronze face with one eye, and none of us knows where. I promise you this. By the end of our time together, you will know exactly why someone bothered to blind a piece of metal. You will understand it from the inside, not as ancient weirdness, but as an act that made complete and terrible sense. Welcome to Mesopotamia. Now some of you have traveled with me before into the world of Sumer, the first cities, the first writing, the first receipts. If you have, you already know the beginning of this story, and you are about to find out that it was only the beginning. And if you have never heard a word about any of this, you have lost nothing. Start here. I will carry you. Because here is the situation as this episode opens. On a hot, flat plain between two rivers, in what is now Iraq, people had already done the impossible. They had built the world's first real cities and invented writing, and filled it with schools and courts and contracts and poetry and beer. And they had done all of it in a scatter of independent city-states that squabbled endlessly with each other over water and boundary stones, the way neighbors squabble over a fence. And then a man walked out of nowhere and did the thing nobody had ever done. He didn't just beat his neighbors. He kept them. He took city after city after city, and instead of looting them and going home the way every warlord before him had, he stayed and put his own men in charge, and made them all send him grain, and made them all write to him in his language, and called himself the king of everything the sun touches. That is the invention I want you to keep your eye on for the next few hours. Not the wheel, not the plow, not the alphabet. the invention of the empire. The idea that a single human being, sitting in one room, could hold hundreds of cities and dozens of peoples who had nothing in common, different gods, different languages, different grudges, inside one system, and make it hold together. It is one of the most consequential ideas anyone has ever had. Every empire that has ever existed is downstream of what happened on that plane. And what I find genuinely gripping, the thing I want to hand you as the spine of this whole episode, is that in 2,000 years of trying, on that same stretch of mud, with the smartest administrators in the ancient world, nobody ever solved it. Not once. Every single one of these empires came apart. They kept inventing new answers, a standing army, a written law code, a shared god, a road network, a mass deportation policy, a library. And every answer bought them time, and none of them bought them permanence. So this is not a parade of kings. This is a 2,000-year argument about how to hold the world together, conducted by very intelligent people in mud brick, and it is glorious, and it is unfinished. Here is what I am promising you out loud, so you can hold me to it. I will introduce you to a man who was born, as far as we can tell, to nobody, and who ended up claiming the title King of the Four Quarters. And I will let you decide whether his grandson, who declared himself a living god, was a lunatic or the shrewdest political operator of the third millennium. I will show you a Sculb who was late for school 4,000 years ago and wrote down what happened when he got there, and I would like to warn you now that it will hurt a little to read. I will take you into a room in London on a December afternoon in the 1870s, where a young man with no formal education is going to read something on a broken piece of clay and gets so agitated that, according to a colleague who was in the room, he starts taking his clothes off. I will take you to the fall of the most terrifying military machine the ancient world had ever built, and show you a fire that was, in the end, the best thing that ever happened to human literature. And at the end of all of it, I want you to look at a clock and at the sky, and at your own habit of writing things down so you will not forget them, and see whose fingerprints are all over your life. That is the journey. It starts with the face with the broken eye, and to understand how anybody could care that much about a lump of bronze, we have to do something first. We have to find these people at all. Because for the better part of 2,000 years, nobody on earth knew any of this. Babylon survived as a rumor in the Bible, a byword for wickedness and towers. Nineveh survived as a prophecy of ruin. The Assyrians were a name that turned up in scripture and in Greek gossip, half legend, wearing feathers. Everything else, the tens of thousands of tablets, the palaces, the lions, the law codes, the poems, was under the dirt, in mounds that looked so much like natural hills that travelers rode over the top of them for centuries without wondering. So let me tell you how they came back. Chapter 2: The Cliff, the Clerk, and the Flood Tablet. 200 years ago, everything you are about to hear was unreadable. Wedges on clay, hundreds of different signs, no dictionary, no living speaker, nobody even certain what language was underneath them. And unlike the Egyptians, who got handed the Rosetta Stone with a Greek translation sitting helpfully alongside, nobody handed the Cuneiform scholars anything. Their answer key was 300 feet up a cliff in western Iran, on a mountain called Behistun, where a Persian king named Darius had carved a boast about crushing his rivals in 3 languages at once, and had the rock below it cut away smooth afterwards so that no one could ever climb up and deface it. A British Army officer named Henry Rawlinson spent years going at that cliff anyway, standing on the top rung of a ladder propped on a ledge under 2 feet wide with a drop behind him, copying wedge after wedge into a notebook held in his other hand. And to reach the Babylonian panel, in the worst position of all, He paid a local boy to free climb a face he could not manage himself, hammer in pegs, rig a rope cradle, and swing out across the inscription, taking paper squeezes of it while hanging in space. I think about that boy a lot. We do not know his name. We know almost nothing about him. And a fair share of everything in this episode, every royal inscription, every letter, every law, every poem we are going to spend hours inside, reaches you partly because an unnamed kid was brave on a cliff in the 1840s. It took decades more to turn those copies into a science, and I will spare you the philology except for one thing you should carry with you the whole way. Cuneiform is not a code that got cracked. A single sign can be a whole word or a syllable or several different syllables depending on what sits beside it, and some signs are silent altogether, little flags that tell you the next word is a god or a city or a thing made of wood. Reading it is not decoding. It is interpretation, every line forever. So when I tell you what a tablet says, understand that a human being with a lifetime of training made judgment calls to get it to you. Meanwhile, out in the field, the digging had started, and I have to be honest with you about it, because honesty is going to be a running promise between us, and I would rather start keeping it in Chapter 2 than Chapter 18. The early excavations were magnificent, and they were plunder. A French consul at Mosul, Ptolemy Botta, hit an Assyrian palace in the 1840s and pulled out enormous stone reliefs, winged bulls with human faces, hunting scenes, ranks of soldiers, and shipped them down the river to France. A young Englishman named Austin Henry Layard, who had almost no training and enormous nerve, went at the mounds across the river and found palace after palace, hauling out slabs weighing tens of tons, floating them down the Tigris on rafts buoyed by inflated goatskins, and putting them in the British Museum. He was, in the honest accounting, tunneling along walls to get the sculptures, and the careful modern questions. What layer was this in? What was next to it? What did this room actually do? Were mostly not asked. And in that hurry, in one burnt room, they scooped up something they did not understand at all. Broken clay. Tens of thousands of fragments of it, tipped into baskets, boxed and shipped to London, where it sat, catalogued and largely unread, because the reliefs were the treasure and the smashed clay was the packing material. That packing material was the library of a king. We are going to come back to him properly, hours from now, because he is one of the most extraordinary people in this entire story, and because what happened to his library is the single strangest piece of luck in the history of literature. Here is the part I will plant now and dig up later. Those tablets survived precisely because his palace burned. Wet clay dries out and crumbles. Baked clay lasts forever. The fire that ended his empire is the reason his books are the ones we can still read. Hold on to that. It is going to matter enormously. Because in the 1870s, in the British Museum, a young man was sitting in front of those very fragments. His name was George Smith. He had left school at 14 and been apprenticed to a banknote engraver, a job that gave him extraordinarily precise eyes and steady hands, and he had spent his lunch breaks in the museum teaching himself, out of sheer obsession, to read the wedges. He got so good that the museum put him on the payroll to sort and join broken tablets, which he did better than anyone alive, because an engraver's eye can spot a matching break from across a table. One day in 1872, he was working through fragments from that burnt room, and he began to read a story about a man who is warned by a god to tear down his house and build a boat, and to take aboard the seed of all living things. A flood comes. Every human being is turned back into clay. The boat comes to rest on a mountain, and the man sends out a dove, and the dove finds nowhere to land and comes back. He was reading a flood story with an ark and a dove written on Assyrian clay, and it was, by the plainest reckoning, older than the book of Genesis. The colleague who was there said Smith jumped up, ran around the room in a state of enormous excitement, and to the astonishment of everyone present, started to undress. I have never been able to decide whether that is literally true or a lovely piece of Victorian office folklore, and I have decided I don't care, because either way it is the correct reaction. That tablet and the epic it belongs to is the greatest thing this civilization ever made, and I am not going to give it to you here. We are going to earn it. When we get to it, hours from now, you will meet a king who cannot accept that he is going to die, and I want you to have lived in his world for a long while before you hear his voice. So, the mounds are opening, the wedges are talking, the dead are sitting up. Now let me take you to the place itself and show you why, of all the spots on this planet, it was this one that had to invent the empire. Chapter 3: A Land That Must Trade or Take. I want you to stand somewhere with me. You are on a flat plain in the south of Iraq in high summer. Flat is not a strong enough word. There is nothing to interrupt your eye in any direction, no hill, no outcrop, no ridge, just a shimmering horizontal line where the heat lifts off the ground and makes the air wobble. The ground under your sandals is cracked into a mosaic of plates. There is a wind, and the wind is not a relief. It is like standing in front of an open oven. And now look down at what you are standing on. Mud, fine river silt, laid down over 10,000 years by two rivers dragging the ground-up mountains of Turkey southward and dropping them here. It is the most generous farmland on earth. Push a seed into it with water attached, and it will hand you back a harvest that would make an Egyptian jealous. Now I want you to look for a stone. Go on, find me a rock, any rock. A stone the size of your fist to prop a door, or crack a nut, or grind grain, or build a wall. There isn't one. There is no stone in southern Mesopotamia. None, not a pebble. There is also no timber worth the name, a few palms, and palm wood is fibrous and awful for building. There is no metal. No copper, no tin, no gold, no silver, no iron. There is no hard, semi-precious stone for jewelry, no lapis, no carnelian. This place gives you food and water and reeds and mud in tremendous abundance, and it gives you literally nothing else. I think this single fact is the most underrated engine in the history of civilization, and I want to slow down and let it land, because everything else in this episode grows out of it. A society born in a place with everything it needs can stay home. A society born in a place with nothing but food has two options, and only two, and it will end up doing both. It can trade, send its surplus grain and wool and cloth out along the rivers and across the deserts and up into the mountains, and bring back the timber and the copper and the stone. Or it can take, march up into the mountains where the timber and the copper and the stone actually are, and put its hand on them. Trade or take. That is the whole strategic position of Mesopotamia, from the first city to the last king, and every empire in this story is one long oscillation between the two. When they are strong, they take. When they are less strong, they trade. When they are weak, the people who own the mountains come down and take from them. And notice what that does to the mind of a place. If your wealth is grain, and grain is a thing you have to defend and store and count and move, then you need counting and storage and boats and roads and soldiers, and a reason for the man in the next city to give you his surplus instead of keeping it. Cities here were not born as pretty accidents. They were logistic solutions. Now let me add the second fact about this landscape, which is that it is trying to kill you. The Nile floods on a schedule, gently, predictably in the summer, so reliably that the Egyptians built a whole theology of order out of it. The Tigris and the Euphrates do not do that. They flood in the spring, which is exactly the wrong time, right as your grain is ripening and long after you have planted, and they flood violently and unpredictably because they are fed by snowmelt in mountains hundreds of miles north that you cannot see and know nothing about. Some years, nothing much. Some years the Tigris comes over its banks in a wall of water and takes your fields, your canals, your mud brick house, and your children. And the rivers move, not slowly, not politely. A Mesopotamian river, running high above the plain inside the levees of its own silt, will one day break out and choose a new channel miles away, and a city that has been rich for 6 centuries, because it sat on a waterway, wakes up one morning to find the water gone. There are ancient cities in Iraq today sitting in blank desert, 20 miles from any water at all. They did not move. The river did. So hold these two things together, because together they explain the entire personality of this civilization. This is a land of stupefying fertility that can be taken away from you without warning by forces you cannot see, from mountains you have never visited, on a schedule nobody has told you. Is it any wonder that these people became the greatest omen readers in human history? That they scanned the sky every single night and read the livers of sacrificed sheep, and kept careful written records of what happened after an eclipse, and treated the future as a text that was already written and just needed reading. We are going to spend real time later with that mind, the anxious, watchful, brilliant, empirical Mesopotamian habit of trying to see what is coming. It is often laughed at as superstition. I think it is the exact opposite. I think it is the completely rational response of intelligent people living on a floodplain that lies to them. And there is one more slow poison in this soil that I have to tell you about, because it is going to matter at the very end. When you irrigate a hot, flat plain, you flood a field, and the sun takes the water back up into the air, and the salts that were dissolved in that water stay behind. Do it for a century, and the water table rises and the salt creeps upward. Do it for 5 centuries, and there is a pale crust on your fields in the morning, and crops have different tolerances. Wheat is fussy. Barley is tough. There are stretches of the southern records where you can watch, across generations of tablets, wheat quietly disappearing from the accounts and barley taking over the whole world. And then, later, even barley yields sagging. I want to be careful and precise here, because this is a place where popular accounts have overreached badly. You will read confident claims that salt destroyed Sumer, full stop, one civilization killed by its own irrigation, a tidy morality tale. The truth is messier and better. Salinization is real, it is documented in the texts, and it is genuinely part of why the political center of gravity in this world slides steadily northward over 2,000 years, from the deep south, up to Akkad, up to Babylon, and eventually all the way up to Assyria. But it was slow, it was patchy, they knew about it, and they fought it with fallowing and drainage and crop choice with real skill. It is a pressure, not an executioner. Hold it lightly and hold on to it. So that is the stage. A floodplain of unbelievable richness and zero raw materials, watched over by unpredictable rivers, farmed by anxious people who read the sky, slowly going salty at the southern end. And on that stage, by about 5,000 years ago, the Sumerians had built real cities with writing in them, and politically they were a chessboard. Uruk, Lagash, Umma, Kish, Nipur, each with its own god, its own ruler, its own patch of irrigated land, and its own long memory of the boundary dispute with the city next door. Sometimes one strongman would beat several of the others and collect their tribute for 20 or 30 years. Then he would die, it would all come apart, and the cities would go back to hating each other in the usual way. That was the pattern for something like 1,000 years. Everybody understood it. It was simply how the world was arranged. There was one other thing on this landscape, and the Sumerian scribes barely thought it worth mentioning, which turns out to be one of the great oversights in history. There were other people here. They had been here a very long time, probably always. They spoke a completely different language, a Semitic one, cousin to what would become Hebrew and Arabic. Some of them herded on the drier margins. Many of them lived right inside the Sumerian cities, holding jobs, signing contracts, marrying, worshipping the same gods under slightly different names. Their names show up in Sumerian documents constantly from the earliest times. This was never two nations glaring at each other across a border. It was one society with two languages in it, the way a great many places on Earth are today. For centuries, the palaces and the temples and the poetry belonged to the Sumerian speakers. And then, about 4,300 years ago, one of the other ones took over, and nothing was ever the same again. Chapter 4: The Gardener's Son. Let me start with the legend, because the legend is spectacular, and because I want to be scrupulous with you about what it is before I let you fall in love with it. There is a tablet, copies of it, actually, from libraries 1,000 years and more after the events, that carries an autobiography. It is written in the first person, as if the man himself is speaking to you, and it opens like this. I am Sargon, the mighty king, king of Akkad. My mother was a high priestess. My father I did not know. My city is on the banks of the Euphrates. My mother conceived me and bore me in secret. She set me in a basket of rushes and sealed the lid with pitch and cast me into the river, and the river did not drown me. The river carried me to a man who drew water, and he lifted me out and raised me as his son and made me his gardener. And while I was a gardener, the goddess loved me, and I ruled as king. I need you to notice several things at once here, and to enjoy all of them. First, yes, a baby, a reed basket waterproofed with pitch, floated on a river, found by a stranger, raised in a modest household, rises to lead a people. If that pattern is ringing a bell, it should. This tablet is considerably older than the story of Moses. It is a very old and very durable piece of storytelling equipment in that part of the world, and versions of it turn up attached to founders and heroes over and over for thousands of years afterwards, right through to Rome. Second, this is not a historical document, and I am not going to pretend to you that it is. Our surviving copies were written by scribes centuries after Sargon died, in a world where he had already become the standard against which every later king measured himself. This is legend, and it is doing a job. But third, and this is where it gets genuinely interesting, so stay with me, look at what the legend is embarrassed about, and what it is proud of. Almost every royal origin story ever composed exists to prove that the king comes from kings. This one does the exact opposite. It goes out of its way to tell you that his father is unknown, that he was raised by a laborer, that his job was gardening, which in Mesopotamia meant date palms and irrigation ditches, hard, hot, unglamorous work. A forger inventing a pedigree does not invent a gardener. So the legend is telling us something that I think is very likely true at its core. This man did not inherit power. He took it. And he was so obviously an outsider that his own propaganda could not hide it and chose instead to make it the point. I was nobody, and the goddess picked me anyway, and if you doubt that, look around at what I own. There is a hint of it in his very name. We call him Sargon. In his own language it is Sharukin, and it means something very close to the king is legitimate, or the true king. Nobody in the whole history of naming has ever had to insist that loudly unless there was an argument going on. So here is what we can actually piece together from his own inscriptions and from later copies of them made by trainee scribes who used them as writing exercises, which, by the way, is an underappreciated fact I adore. A large amount of what we know about the first emperor in history survives because schoolchildren had to copy his boasts for handwriting practice. 4,300 years ago or thereabouts, the strongest man in the south was a king called Lugultsejsi, who had done the traditional thing on a spectacular scale. Starting from the city of Umma, he had beaten and bullied his way across Sumer until he could plausibly claim that his writ ran from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. He was the champion of the old system. a Sumerian conqueror doing what Sumerian conquerors did, only better. And in the northern city of Kish, in the service of its king, there was an official whose title we know, cupbearer. Do not picture a waiter. In these courts, the man who handles the king's drink is one of the most trusted people in the building, because he is the man who could most easily poison him. Cupbearer is a rank. It means you are inside the household, you have the king's ear, you know who owes what to whom, and you are close enough to see exactly how the machinery works and exactly where it is weak. What happened next we cannot reconstruct in detail, and I would rather admit that than invent it. Somewhere in the collapse or the seizure of power at Kish, the cupbearer ends up with the throne. And then he goes south, and he meets Lugaltsagesi, and he beats him. And then he does the thing that tells you a new kind of mind has entered history. The traditional treatment of a defeated rival was to kill him, or to break his city, or to take his statues. Sargon put Lugaltsagesi in a neck stock, a wooden collar, the sort you would use on an animal, and walked him to Nippur, the holy city, the place every Sumerian recognized as the seat of Enlil, the chief god, the city that granted the right to rule. And he paraded him through the gate of Enlil's temple in front of everyone. Think about what that is. It is not just cruelty, though it certainly is that. It is theater with a legal purpose. Sargon is standing in the courtroom of the entire Sumerian world and saying, the god's own city is watching, and the god's chosen champion is in a dog collar at my feet, and therefore the mandate has moved. He is not asking the establishment for permission. He is making them witnesses. He fought, by his own count, 34 battles. He razed the walls of city after city. And this is where the real innovation shows up, and it is the reason we are talking about him 4 millennia later. Every strongman before Sargon had won battles and then done one of two things: gone home with the loot, or left the defeated king on his throne as a tributary who would rebel the moment the army was over the horizon. Both have the same result. The hegemony dies with the man who built it, every time. For 1,000 years, every time. Sargon did something else. He tore the walls down so the cities could not defend themselves against him. He removed the local rulers and replaced them with his own men, sent from outside, who owed everything to him and had no local family to build a dynasty with. He installed garrisons. He required the cities to feed his men. He made his own language the language of the paperwork. And instead of ruling from one of the ancient prestige capitals with their 1,000-year-old priesthoods and their sense of their own importance, he built a brand new city and ran the world from there. That city was Akkad. And now let me tell you the single most delicious fact in this entire chapter, one I find genuinely thrilling every time I remember it. We cannot find it. The capital city of the first empire in human history, the place that gave its name to a language spoken across the Near East for 2,000 years, the city that appears in hundreds of ancient texts, the beating heart of the world in its day, has never been located. We have candidate mounds. We have arguments about whether it lies near modern Baghdad, or at the confluence, or under later settlement, or under the shifted bed of a river that swallowed it. We have a great deal of guessing. We do not have Akkad. There are people digging in Iraq right now who would give a decade of their lives to find it. And if it is ever found, if some season, some team, some student turns over a tablet with the right name on it, it will be one of the biggest archaeological events of the century. Maybe it is still waiting. Maybe it is waiting for someone who is listening to this. But an empire is not a capital city. An empire is a set of habits, the machinery that makes 100 unwilling cities behave as one thing. That machinery had to be invented from scratch by people with no model to copy, and what they came up with is so effective that you are, in several ways, still living inside it. So let me show you how you hold the world. Chapter 5. The Invention of Holding the World. Here is the problem on Sargon's desk. I want to state it plainly, because when you state it plainly, it is obviously terrifying. You have just conquered dozens of cities. Each of them has existed for 1,000 years or more. Each has its own god, and that god lives in a temple at its center, and that temple owns much of the farmland and employs much of the population, and the priests who run it have been the local establishment since before your great-grandfather was born. Each city has its own ruling family with its own claim. Each of them regards you as a foreign upstart with an army. You are one man. You have no maps worth the name and no way of moving faster than a donkey. A message from the far end of your territory takes weeks to reach you, and by the time your reply arrives, the situation it addresses is a month and a half stale. Now hold that together for life and hand it to your son. What Sargon and his successors came up with over the following century is, in effect, the operating system of empire, and every piece of it got copied by everyone who came after. The first piece is the standing army, and this is the one that changed everything. Before this, an army was a levy. When war came, the ruler called up farmers and craftsmen, handed them spears, marched them out, and sent them home for the harvest, because if they were not home for the harvest, everybody starved. That gives you a seasonal, part-time, unenthusiastic force that is only available when the fields do not need it. Sargon's inscriptions boast that 5,400 men ate their bread daily before him. The number itself is debated, and I will not pretend it is a payroll spreadsheet. But the concept behind it is documented in the administrative tablets, and the concept is the revolution. Soldiers who are fed by the state every day, all year as their profession. Not farmers with weapons, professionals. Sit with what that implies. It means a force that can march in the planting season when your enemy's men are all in the fields. It means troops who train together, year on year, until a formation of them moves like one animal. It means men whose loyalty runs to the king who feeds them rather than to the city they were born in. And note that this army mixed Akkadians and Sumerians and conquered peoples together, because what mattered was the ration, not the ancestry. It means, in blunt terms, that no single city on that plain can ever match him again, because no single city can afford to feed 5,000 men who produce nothing. And it means something else, which is the hidden hinge of this whole episode. To feed 5,400 men every day, forever, you need an enormous, relentless, accurate accounting system. You need to know what every province owes, what every granary holds, what every unit consumed. The army creates the bureaucracy. The spear requires the stylus. Which brings me to the second piece, governors. Sargon stopped leaving beaten kings on their thrones. He appointed his own men, often Akkadians, often people from his household, sometimes eunuchs, precisely because a eunuch cannot found a dynasty and therefore has nothing to build except his master's system. These men were sent to cities they had no roots in. They collected the taxes, they controlled the garrison, they answered upward. The old city rulers simply stop appearing in the inscriptions. One generation they are there, running their ancient towns. The next generation, in the records, there is only the king's man and the king's name. The third piece is language. Akkadian becomes the language of administration across the whole territory. Not by banning Sumerian. Sumerian keeps its enormous prestige in the temples and the schools, and we will see it survive as a scholarly language for another 2,000 years, which is one of the most remarkable facts in this entire story. But the paperwork switches, the seals switch, the orders switch. And if you are an ambitious young man in a provincial town, you now need to write in the ruler's tongue. The fourth piece is standardization, weights, measures, the shapes of documents, the formulas they open with. It sounds like the dullest thing in the world. It is one of the most powerful. When the sack of grain means the same amount in every city, the center can compare, audit, and catch you. And the fifth piece is the piece I did not expect when I first came to this material, and it is my favorite. Sargon put his daughter in charge of the moon. He appointed her high priestess of the moon god at the most prestigious religious office in the deep south, in the greatest of the old Sumerian cities. It is an act of breathtaking political intelligence. He does not smash the temple, he does not insult the god, he does not tell the southerners their beliefs are wrong. He simply puts his own blood at the center of their holiest institution, so that every ritual performed in that city for the next decades is performed by his family, in his name, with the full authority of a religion that predates him by 1,000 years. And here is the extraordinary consequence, which he cannot possibly have intended. That daughter, Enheduanna, wrote hymns and a long, furious, intensely personal poem about being driven out of her temple during a rebellion and appealing to her goddess for restoration. A poem that says, "I," and means it, that describes her own bitterness and fear and her voice going dry. And because her compositions carry her name, she stands at the head of world literature. The earliest author we can name, attached to surviving work anywhere on the planet. The first named writer in human history is a woman, and she got the job as an act of imperial politics. I find that almost too good to be true, and it is true, and I want you to hold it, because we are going to spend a chapter later in a scribal school, and I want you to remember who is standing at the beginning of that whole tradition. Now, put those 5 pieces together: professional army, appointed governors, one administrative language, standard measures, and a hand inside the temples, and you have something that has never existed before on this planet. Not a big kingdom, a system, a thing that runs on procedure rather than on the personal terror inspired by one enormous man. And Sargon's grandson gave it a name. He called himself King of the Four Quarters. I want you to hear how insane that is as a job description. Not king of a city, not king of a valley, not king of the black-headed people. King of everything the sun crosses in all 4 directions out to the edge of the world, which for him meant the Cedar Mountains of the Levant in one direction and the Persian Gulf in another, the Zagros highlands in a third, and the Anatolian passes in the fourth. King of the 4 quarters, king of all of it. Somebody had to say that sentence about themselves first. Nobody in the history of the world had ever said it before. He said it first. And I want you to keep your ear open for it, because from this moment on, that title never goes away. It gets picked up 600 years later by a Babylonian lawgiver. It gets picked up by Assyrian war kings 1,000 years after that. It gets picked up by Persians, and it echoes on into Alexander and Rome and every emperor who ever had a coin struck with his face on it. Every time you hear a ruler claim the world, you are hearing a phrase invented in the 3rd millennium before our era by the grandson of a gardener. He is the man whose face may be the one with the broken eye. Let me tell you what he did next, because he took his grandfather's system and pushed it exactly one step further than anyone had ever dared, and then reality came for him. Chapter 6: The King Who Made Himself a God. His name was Naram-Sin, and he came to the throne of a wobbling empire. That part gets left out of the popular version, so let me put it in. The generation between Sargon and his grandson was ugly. Sargon's son Rimush spent his reign putting down revolts. The inscriptions are a monotonous drumbeat of cities rebelling and being crushed, with body counts that read like a man trying to convince himself. He may have been murdered in his own palace. A later text hints at a conspiracy, and in one memorable version, at courtiers who killed him with their heavy stone seals, which is a detail so specific and so strange that I cannot let it go. And then Naram-Sin took over and faced a great coalition. His own inscriptions speak of a mass of rebel kings uniting against him, and he says he beat them all in a single year. Whether that year happened exactly as advertised, I cannot tell you. What I can tell you is that he came out the other side holding more territory than his grandfather ever had, and that something in him had changed. Because at some point in his reign, in the documents, his name starts appearing with an extra sign in front of it. It is a small sign. It looks like a star. In cuneiform, it is the marker you place before a name to indicate that what follows is a god, the silent little category label I mentioned earlier, never pronounced, just there to tell the reader what kind of thing they are looking at. You put it before Enlil. You put it before Ishtar. You put it before the moon. And now, in the tablets, it is sitting in front of the name of a living man who is currently walking around in a palace, eating dinner. There is more. He takes a new title, God of Akkad. His inscriptions say the people of his city asked the great gods for this, that because he had saved the city in its hour of crisis, the citizens petitioned heaven to make their savior their god, and heaven agreed. A temple is built for him. Offerings are made to him. He is not the servant of the gods anymore, not the shepherd appointed by Enlil, not the tenant farmer of the divine estate, which is what every Mesopotamian king before him had claimed to be. He is on the list. I want to be careful and honest about what this means, because it is easy to hear he declared himself a god through the wrong ears. This is not a man claiming to be almighty or eternal or the creator of the universe. Mesopotamian divinity was crowded. There were hundreds of gods of wildly varying rank, from the great powers of sky and storm down to minor deities who looked after a single doorway. What Naram-Sin has done is have himself entered into that system at the level of a city god, alive. And it is still the most audacious thing anyone in this world had ever done, because the whole logic of Mesopotamian kingship from its beginning rested on a gap. The gods own everything. The king manages it for them. The king is the middleman, and if the harvest fails or the enemy comes, it is because the king has failed in his stewardship and the gods have withdrawn their favor. The gap is not a technicality. The gap is where the priests live. It is where accountability lives. Naram-Sin closed the gap and stood in it. And there is an object that lets you look him in the eye while he does it. In the Louvre in Paris, there is a slab of pink limestone, about 2 meters tall, rounded at the top. It is the victory monument of Naram-Sin, and it is where a very old visual language breaks and a new one starts. Before this, Mesopotamian monuments are organized in horizontal bands like a comic strip, a row of figures here, a row of figures there, everyone the same size. On this stele, the bands are gone. Instead, there is a mountain, a real mountain with trees on it, rising diagonally across the whole surface, and the eye is dragged up the slope by the composition itself. At the bottom, in a jumble, are his enemies. A man tumbling backwards down the rock, a man with a spear through his throat, a man on his knees with his hands out, begging, a man falling headlong, and you can feel the drop. His own soldiers climb the slope in good order, disciplined, looking upward. And at the top, alone, twice the size of anyone else, is the king. He is beautifully muscled and almost naked, holding a bow in one hand and an axe in the other, one foot planted on the bodies of 2 fallen enemies. He is not looking at them. He is looking up and out, past everything, at the sky, where 2 star-like discs, the sun and a great star, hang above his head as the only witnesses that matter. And on his head is a helmet with horns on it. That is the detail. That is the whole thing. In the visual code of Mesopotamia, for 2,000 years before and 2,000 years after, the horned crown means one thing and one thing only. This figure is a god. A viewer at the time did not need a caption. They looked at the horns and their stomach dropped, the way yours would if you walked into a church and saw a photograph of the mayor on the altar. There is one more thing I have to tell you about this stele, because it pays off something from our first chapter. That monument was not found in Iraq. It was found in Susa in Iran, over 300 kilometers away, because roughly 1,000 years after it was carved, an Elamite king came through, saw this magnificent trophy of a long-dead empire and hauled it home as loot. And then, having hauled it home, he had his own inscription carved into the mountain on its surface, in his own language, recording that he had taken it. He wrote his name on the monument, over the mountain, next to the god king's foot, which is exactly the same instinct as the blade going into the bronze eye. In this world, an image was not a picture of power. It was a piece of power, physically present, still working. That is why you blind it, or steal it, or sign it. Ancient monuments in this part of the world are covered in the fingerprints of later people wrestling with them, and once you learn to see that, you can never see a museum the same way again. So was Naram-Sin mad? Every later century said yes. He became the ancient world's byword for hubris, and you will hear that verdict at full volume in a moment. But look at the timing first, because there is another reading, and I have come to half believe it. The deification appears to come after the Great Rebellion, after the year when the entire empire rose against him, and he somehow held it. Consider his actual problem. His grandfather's system ran on personal loyalty to an extraordinary individual. It had nearly torn itself apart twice in 20 years, and it had no ideological glue whatsoever. The cities of the south were held down by garrisons and grain requisitions, and every single one of them had a god of its own, and none of those gods was Akkadian. What Naram-Sin does is supply the missing glue. He does not ask the cities to love him. He makes himself a permanent fixture in the one framework they all already accept, the divine order, so that rebelling against Akkad is no longer politics. It is sacrilege. It is, in a very real sense, the first attempt to solve the problem this whole episode is about. How do you make many peoples into one thing? His answer is the boldest possible one. You give them a god they must all serve, and the god is you. And the priests let him. That is the part I keep circling back to. The temples did not rise up. They carved the star beside his name, and they took his grain and they blessed his wars because he was winning, and a god who wins is a god worth having. Divinity, it turns out, is a thing that can be granted to you by an accountant with a stylus, provided the accounts are good. But the accounts would not stay good. Within 2 generations of that stele, the empire Sargon assembled, and Naram-Sin gilded was gone. So let me tell you about the end of Akkad, and let me tell it honestly, because the legend and the evidence point in 2 different directions, and both of them are worth your time. The legend first. It is called the Curse of Akkad, and it is one of the most powerful pieces of political writing to survive from the ancient world. It was composed in Sumerian, probably around a century after the events it describes, and it does something no earlier text had done. It explains a historical catastrophe. It has a thesis. It names a culprit. Given that most ancient writing about disaster amounts to "the gods were angry," a poem that builds an actual causal argument across several hundred lines is a startling thing to find at this depth in the past. The story it tells goes like this. Akkad was blessed, granaries so full that grain had to be stored on the roofs, courtyards crowded with monkeys and elephants from the ends of the earth, wharves where ships tied up from every direction. A place where nothing is lacking. And then Enlil, the chief god, withdraws his approval, and Naram-Sin, receiving one bad omen after another, waits 7 years for the sign to change, and finally loses patience with heaven, and takes an army to Nippur, the holy city, and attacks the temple of Enlil itself. He tears at the doorway with pickaxes. He cuts down the trees in the sacred grove. He carries the gold and the silver away in boats. He puts his hands on a thing no hand may touch. And Enlil answers. He brings down out of the mountains a people the poem describes as not human, a horde with the instincts of dogs who do not know how to bury the dead. They come down over the land, and the roads grow long grass, and the fields yield nothing, and people who once had grain to spare fight over scraps. Then comes the curse itself, the passage the whole poem exists to deliver. 8 gods, one after another, lay a formal malediction on the city, that its bricks may return to their clay, that grass may grow on its canal banks, that its ground may yield nothing. And the poem ends with a flat, devastating line. Akkad is destroyed. Now I promised you honesty, and here it comes. This is not history. It is literature composed generations after the fact by scribes with an agenda, and the agenda is not subtle. The Akkadians took our autonomy. An Akkadian king had the arrogance to make himself a god, and the gods took care of it. There is no independent evidence that Naram-Sin ever attacked the temple at Nippur. The contemporary records suggest he was a substantial patron of it, rebuilding rather than sacking. And the monstrous mountain horde, the Gutians, were real people from the Zagros. Describing them as dog-faced subhumans is exactly what conquered peoples always say about the conquerors who humiliated them. So the legend is wrong on the facts, and I would not stake a single claim of history on it. And yet, read the middle of that poem again, strip the theology out, and look at what is actually being described. The fields produce nothing, the rain does not come. Barley is measured out in tiny amounts. The markets sit empty, people move. The description of famine in that poem is precise, sustained, and physical, and it goes on and on. Far more of the text is devoted to hunger than to sacrilege. Which brings me to one of the most astonishing pieces of detective work in modern archaeology. In the 1970s and 80s, an American archaeologist named Harvey Weiss was excavating a mound in northeastern Syria called Tel Leilan, a substantial city that the Akkadians had taken over and rebuilt as an imperial administrative center, with a grid of streets and standardized granaries. The kind of place the empire ran on. And digging down through the layers, his team found the city's end. Not a burnt layer, not a destruction level full of arrowheads and smashed skulls, which is what you expect from a sack. They found dust. Above the last occupied floor, there was a layer of fine, wind-blown sediment with virtually no sign of human activity in it at all, no pottery, no rubbish, no rebuilding, nothing. And it went on and on for a depth that represents a very long time. The city had not been destroyed. It had been abandoned, and the wind had blown over it for something like 300 years, and then people came back. Weiss argued that what killed Tel Leilan was drought, and when other scientists went looking, they found the same signal in places nobody had thought to connect. Cores drilled out of the bed of the Gulf of Oman showed a spike of wind-borne dust from Mesopotamia at just this period. Lake sediments recorded falling water levels. Ice cores, cave formations, and pollen sequences from Turkey to Pakistan carried a shift at roughly the same moment. We now have a name for it, an abrupt arid episode about 4,200 years ago, and evidence for it turns up not only here, but in the Indus Valley and in Egypt, where the Old Kingdom, the age of the great pyramid builders, also comes apart at almost exactly this time. I want you to feel the shape of that. Everywhere in the ancient world where people had built a large, centralized, grain-based state, the lights flicker at once. Now the tidy version, a drought came, an empire died, the end, is not what the evidence supports, and serious specialists have been arguing about it for 30 years. The dating has real error bars, and some argue the causation runs the other way, that the empire was already brittle and the climate shift was the shove rather than the killer. I think the honest position is more interesting than either extreme, so here it is. Look at what Akkad had built: a standing army fed by grain, a capital city that produced no food of its own, a bureaucracy that lived on ration lists, provinces that were held down by garrisons whose meals arrived from somewhere else. Every piece of the imperial system that we admired in the last chapter, every piece of it, was a claim on next year's harvest. That machine is spectacular when the harvest comes in. It is the most efficient thing on earth, and it has no slack in it whatsoever. A city-state in a bad year tightens its belt and quarrels with its neighbors. An empire in a bad year cannot pay 5,400 soldiers, and cannot feed a capital that grows nothing, and cannot stop a mountain people from walking down into a valley that has stopped being defended, and cannot prevent the governor of a distant province from noticing that the center has gone quiet. So the empire did not die because the sky turned on it. The empire died because it had made itself the kind of thing that a few bad decades of rainfall can kill. Complexity is a bet on stability. That is the first great answer to our question: how do you hold the world together? And it lasted, from Sargon's first campaigns to the last gasp of his dynasty, about 180 years. 5 rulers. Less time than the United States has existed. And here is what I find genuinely eerie about the poem, having said all that. The scribes who wrote the Curse of Akkad had no ice cores. They had no sediment records, no pollen counts, no way whatsoever of knowing that a hemisphere-wide climate anomaly had occurred. What they had was a memory, handed down through their grandparents, of a time when the greatest city on earth ran out of food, and the fields turned to dust, and everything fell apart. And they did what human beings always do with a catastrophe they cannot explain. They went looking for someone to blame, and they found a king who had put a star in front of his name. They were wrong about the cause and right about the event. The theology is invented, the hunger is remembered. And I think that is a wonderful thing to know about ancient texts in general, that even when a document is lying to you about why, it is often telling you the truth about what. As for Akkad itself, the curse has held up disturbingly well. Its bricks did go back to clay. The city is not on any map. Somewhere in central Iraq, the beginning of the imperial age is lying in the dark, waiting for whoever is patient enough and lucky enough to find it. Now the empire is gone. The garrisons are withdrawn, the ration lists stop, the mountain people are in the valley, and for a century the south goes back to being what it had always been, a scatter of cities, quarreling, rebuilding, getting on with it. But something survived the collapse. Not the army, not the dynasty, not even the city. Something quieter and far more durable, and it is the single greatest export in Mesopotamian history. The language survived. Sargon had made one decision that outlasted everything else he did. His people spoke Akkadian, and the south wrote in Sumerian, and rather than let the paperwork stay in a language his own officials could not read, he ran his empire in his own tongue, using the southern signs, read out loud in Akkadian words. It was not an elegant solution. It was barely a good one. It survived for the reason bad systems usually survive. It was already there, it was prestigious, and everyone who mattered had spent a decade of childhood learning it. And it worked so well that it stopped belonging to Akkad at all. Akkad fell and Akkadian kept going, out along the trade roads, into foreign courts, until 1,000 years later the kings of Egypt, the most self-satisfied monarchy in the ancient world, a state that regarded foreigners as something between a nuisance and a livestock category, were conducting their international correspondence in the language of Babylon, not because anyone made them. Because that was simply how a serious king wrote to another serious king. We have those letters. They were dug out of the ground in Egypt, on clay, in cuneiform, in Akkadian, of course. Hold those 4 words. I am going to keep saying them, and by the end of this episode, I want them to land on you like a punchline that has taken 3,000 years to arrive. Because here is the second of the deep threads running under everything we are doing. Sargon built a standing army, and it is gone. He built a capital city, and we cannot find it. He built a dynasty, and it lasted 5 rulers. And he made a decision about which language the paperwork would be in, and that decision was still running the diplomacy of 3 continents 800 years after his own city had been erased from the map. The word outlives the wall every time. And somewhere in that scatter of quarrelsome cities, on a canal off the Euphrates, there is a town so unimportant that if you had asked anybody in the region to name the 10 places worth conquering, it would not have made the list. I want to take you there. It is called the Gate of the God, and it is about to become the most famous city in the ancient world. Chapter 7. A nothing town on a canal. Let me start with the name, because the name is a promise the place could not yet keep. Babilu, it is Akkadian, and it means the gate of the god, as in, the actual doorway, the point where the divine gets into the world. Later, Greek speakers would smooth it into the word we use, Babylon. And it is one of those names so heavy with everything that came afterwards, so loaded with hanging gardens and towers and captivity and horrors of the apocalypse, that it is almost impossible to say it and hear nothing. So I want you to try. Stand with me on a canal bank about 4,000 years ago and look at it. There are mud brick houses. There is a modest temple. There is a wall, probably, because everyone has a wall. There are date palms and reed thickets and a smell of silt and animals. It is a market town of some thousands of people on a secondary waterway, and it has been sitting there, unremarkably, for something like 1,000 years already. That is the part that gets me. Babylon is not a new city when it becomes Babylon. Archaeologists find occupation going back into the early 3rd millennium, back into the age of Sumer, back before Sargon. For a full millennium, this place existed and did nothing. No famous king, no great temple anyone traveled to see, no entry in the poems. Uruk was a legend when Babylon was a village. Was a superpower when Babylon was a village. Akkad rose and burned and vanished, and Babylon was a village. I love this, and I want to tell you why. We are trained by history books to look for greatness early, to find the seed, the destiny, the sign in the childhood. And the truth is that the most famous city of the ancient world spent the first third of its existence being nobody's idea of anything. There was no seed. There was a canal, some fields, a decent position, and then a run of luck and competence that nobody could have predicted. The position, to be fair, was genuinely good, and it explains the next 1,500 years. Babylon sits in central Mesopotamia at roughly the point where the river system gives you access in every direction. South into the old Sumerian heartland, north up the Euphrates towards Syria and the Mediterranean trade, east across the plain to the Tigris and the passes into the Zagros, west to the steppe. It is not the best farmland. It is not the most defensible spot. It is the best doorway, a crossroads with a wall around it. Which is a useful thing to be when the world you live in has just fragmented into pieces. Because that is the political situation. After Akkad fell, and after one last brilliant southern revival at that we watch come apart in another story, the plain went back to what it had always been at heart: independent cities, each with its god, its wall, its own ambitions, and a permanent quarrel with the neighbors over water. And into that patchwork, over several centuries, came new people. The Amorites, West Semitic speakers from the steppe country out towards Syria, and the way this used to be taught was frankly nonsense. Barbarian hordes, waves of fierce nomads pouring out of the desert to torch the cities of civilization. There is even a snobbish Mesopotamian text describing the Amorite as a man who does not know grain, who lives in tents, who eats raw meat, who has no house in his lifetime and no proper burial when he dies. which tells you exactly how the city people felt about the newcomers, and nothing at all about what actually happened. What actually happened was slower and much more human. People moved in over generations in families and clans, sometimes for pasture, sometimes for work, sometimes because there was space. They took jobs, they served in armies, they settled at the edges of towns and then in the towns. They picked up the language and the gods and the legal forms. And after a few generations, some of their families were the local elite. And then some of their families were kings, men with Amorite names, ruling Mesopotamian cities in the Akkadian language and worshipping Mesopotamian gods, in dynasties that never once described themselves as conquerors. I find that far more interesting than an invasion, and it is a correction worth keeping in your pocket because you will meet the horde version everywhere. Cultures very rarely fall to a horde. They are far more often transformed from inside by people who arrived quietly, took the worst jobs, and were running the place 200 years later. One of those Amorite families settled at the gate of the god about 4,000 years ago. Their first kings have names we can read and almost nothing else. Sumubum, Sumulail, they dug canals. They took a nearby town, lost it, took it again. They fortified the wall. This is history at its least glamorous, and I have real affection for it. 5 or 6 generations of unremarkable men making a market town slightly stronger than it was, with no idea whatsoever that they were building a launch pad. Meanwhile, above and around them, the actual giants of the age were doing the things that get you into the chronicles. Down south sat Larsa, and Larsa had Rim-Sin, who ruled for something like 60 years, an almost impossible reign for the ancient world, long enough that men grew old under a king who had crowned before their fathers were born. Larsa had the southern cities, the old shrines, the Gulf trade. Off to the east on the Diyala River sat Eshnunna, holding the road to the mountains, with its own law code and its own ambitions. Up on the Tigris in the north sat Ashur. Hold on to that name, because it is going to come back, and it is going to come back armed. And out west on the Euphrates, controlling the river trade towards Syria, sat Mari, which is about to give us the greatest gift in this entire chapter of the story. But if you had asked at the moment, Hammurabi's great-grandfather was king of Babylon, who is going to rule Mesopotamia, nobody sane would have said the man on the canal. They would have said the northerner, because the biggest man of that generation was a king of Ashur called Shamshi-Adad, who put together a genuine northern empire, a real one, with vassals and garrisons and sons installed as regional kings. And I want to pause on him because he is the whole thread of this episode in one life. His empire worked. It had a capital, an army, a chain of command. He died, and inside a few years most of it was gone. His son could not hold the West. Vassals defected. Mari, which his family had taken, was back in the hands of its own dynasty. The great northern power of the age evaporated in roughly the time it takes a modern person to pay off a mortgage. Nobody has ever managed to hold it. I told you that would be the question haunting this whole story, and here it is again, in a generation, in a family. You can build the machine, and the machine can be genuinely good, and it can still be a personality with an army attached, and personalities die. So that is the board. 5 or 6 real powers, a dozen minor ones, everybody allied with everybody and betraying everybody, and a small to middling kingdom at the gate of the god with maybe 80 miles of river frontage and a wall. One honest word about time before we go on. The dates I am about to give you float. The sequence of events is solid. The absolute date is a negotiation among scholars, and it can move by a century and a half. Because our man is about to arrive, and he is the most famous name in this whole long journey, and almost everything you have heard about him is either wrong or the least interesting true thing about him. He came to the throne of Babylon young, probably in his 20s, as the sixth king of that unremarkable Amorite line, in a middling state surrounded by larger ones. His name was Hammurabi. And here is what he did for the first 30 years of his reign, in a world of ambitious warlords, with Larsa in the south and Eshnunna in the east, and Assyria in the north. Almost nothing. He dug canals. He repaired temples. He built walls. He wrote letters. I have to tell you, I think it is the single shrewdest 30 years in the political history of the ancient world, and we can prove it, because we can read his mail. In 1933, a French team digging a mound in eastern Syria walked into the palace of Mari and found the archive. Not a few tablets, not a room. Something over 20,000 clay tablets and fragments, the working paperwork of a Bronze Age kingdom, and this is what makes it the most valuable political archive from the ancient world. A great deal of it is correspondence. Letters. Not monuments, not carved victory inscriptions where the king is always brave and the gods always love him. Letters between kings and their officials, their allies, their spies, written to be read once and thrown in a basket, saying what people actually thought. If you want to know how the ancient world worked, do not read a royal inscription. Read someone's mail. Here is the flavor of it. An official writes to his king about a dispute between two towns over a canal. A diplomat reports that he was kept waiting in an antechamber and reads the insult correctly. A worried governor writes that a prophet has turned up in a temple with an unsolicited message from a god, and he is not sure whether to take it seriously, but is passing it on just in case. Somebody's mother writes about family business. There is a letter about the king's habit of not answering letters. And in the middle of that mountain of ordinary administrative life, there is one letter from an official to his master, the king of Mari, that I think is the most illuminating single sentence about power to survive from the second millennium. He is briefing his king on the diplomatic situation, and he writes, "There is no king who is mighty on his own. 10 or 15 follow Hammurabi of Babylon, as many follow Rimsin of Larsa, as many follow the king of Eshnunna, as many follow the king of Katna, and 20 follow the king of Yamhad." Read that again and notice what a working diplomat of the age understood perfectly, and what our storybooks about ancient conquerors mostly forget. Nobody is strong alone. Power in this world is not a mountain, it is a network. A great king is a man with 15 lesser kings in his pocket, and every one of those 15 is deciding, continuously, whether being in your pocket is still the best available deal, which means the game is not really fought with armies. It is fought with letters, marriages, gifts, oaths sworn before gods, hostages exchanged as guests, promises of troops, and calculated silences. And Hammurabi of Babylon was the greatest player of that game who ever lived on that plain. Look at what he was doing during those 30 quiet years. He was not idle and he was not weak. He was accumulating. He was the reliable ally, the man who sends the troops he promised, who honors the treaty, who does not overreach, who is useful to have on your side and not frightening enough to need dealing with. He kept his canals in order, which in Mesopotamia is the difference between a tax base and a dust bowl. He let bigger men exhaust each other. And when the great powers of the age fought, Babylon was very often on the winning side, and never quite the one who had taken the losses. Then, around the 29th year of his reign, something changes. A coalition comes down from the east, Elam, out of what is now western Iran, with allies, and it comes for the plain. And Hammurabi does what he had spent 3 decades preparing to do. He assembles the alliance. Mari sends troops, that is documented in this very archive, the letters back and forth about how many men, and when, and who feeds them. The Eastern Coalition is beaten. And from that moment, over roughly a dozen years, the quiet king eats the world he grew up in. Lhasa first, old Rim-Sin, who had been on the throne for 60 years, besieged and finished. That single campaign hands Babylon the entire south, Uruk, Nippur, the ancient cities, the old shrines, the sea trade. Then Eshnunna in the east and the roads to the mountains. Then, campaigning north, pressure on Assyria, and claims over the upper country that I will be honest with you about in a moment. And then Mari. I want you to feel this one, because it is the whole man in a single act. Mari was his ally. Its king, Zimri-Lim, had sent him soldiers. They had corresponded for years in the warm, careful, brotherly language these kings used with one another. And when there was no longer anybody left who mattered, Hammurabi took Mari. And a couple of years later he came back and pulled down its walls and burned its palace, and Mari, as a power, ceased to exist. That is the answer to how he did it, and it is not the answer children get taught. He did not outfight everybody. He outlasted everybody, and then he betrayed the last man standing. Now notice something with me, because it has happened again, and I am not ready to name it yet. We know all of this, the coalition, the troop numbers, the diplomacy, the warmth of the letters between two kings, one of whom was going to destroy the other, because Hammurabi burned Zimri-Lim's palace. Clay tablets, sun-dried, are fragile things. A wet century turns them back into mud. Set fire to the building they are stored in, and they bake. The archive that convicts Hammurabi of his greatest treachery exists because of his greatest treachery. Hold on to that. It is going to come back with a name attached, in a much bigger room, in a much worse fire. So, by the last years of his reign, Hammurabi rules from the Gulf to somewhere well up the Euphrates, over the old Sumerian cities and the Amorite kingdoms and the trade roads, from a capital that had been a market town when his great-great-grandfather was born. And he takes the title. Of course he takes the title. 500 years after a man from a city nobody can now find said it first, Hammurabi of Babylon has himself proclaimed king of the 4 quarters of the world. I told you to keep your ear open for that sentence. Here is its second owner. It will have several more, and every single one of them will be certain he is the one who gets to keep it. Now let me be straight about the size of what he built, because the popular version is too clean. His grip on the south was real and well documented. Governors appointed from Babylon, tax grain moving, royal letters settling disputes in cities hundreds of miles away, standardized weights so that a shekel meant the same thing in 2 markets. That is a functioning state, and we can watch it working in ordinary paperwork, which is the only evidence I really trust. His grip on the north was another matter, and scholars argue about it sharply. The truth is probably ugly and undramatic, a solid core, a contested middle, and a periphery where the word empire flatters everyone involved. And then there is the ending, which nobody puts on the poster. Hammurabi died after 43 years on the throne, at the height of Babylonian power, having assembled the largest state Mesopotamia had seen since Akkad. His son Samsu-Iluna inherited it. Within about 10 years, the south was in open revolt. The great old cities, Uruk, Nippur, the places whose shrines Hammurabi had so carefully honored, broke away or were fought over until they were half ruined. Some of them were substantially abandoned. There is a real possibility that the canal system was deliberately wrecked in the fighting, which in that landscape is the same as burning the fields for a generation. Refugee scribes moved north carrying their tablets. Within a century and a half, the dynasty was finished. The city was sacked by a Hittite army that came down from Anatolia, looted it, and went home again. And then a people called the Kassites came in from the eastern hills and ruled Babylonia for 400 years. So let us be honest about what we have just watched. It is the same shape, again. A brilliant man builds a machine out of alliances and grain and paperwork. The machine is genuinely impressive. The machine is him, and the machine does not survive his grandchildren. Sargon, 5 rulers. Shamshi-Adad, 1 generation. Hammurabi, effectively 1. Nobody has ever managed to hold it. Which raises a question I want you to sit with before the next chapter, because it is genuinely strange when you put it plainly. If Hammurabi's empire fell apart almost immediately, if his son lost the south, if his city was sacked, if his dynasty was replaced by mountain people, then why is he the one name from this entire 2,000-year story that a stranger on the street can still tell you? Why is he in law school lecture halls? Why is his face on the wall of the chamber of the United States Supreme Court, up there with Moses and Justinian, 3,500 years after his grandson lost the family business? Not because of the army, not because of the alliances, not because of anything in the Mari letters. Because of a stone. A single black stone, 7.5 feet tall, 4 tons of it, quarried nowhere near Babylon, carved late in his life and stood up in public where people could see it. And because on that stone he did something that no king had ever done at that scale before. He wrote down what justice was, and he let himself be measured against it. Let me take you to that stone. It is not where he left it, and the story of how it got where it is now involves a familiar thief. Chapter 8: The Stone That Says What Is Right. You can go and stand in front of it. That is the first thing I want you to know. It is in Paris, in the Louvre, in a room in the Near Eastern galleries, and you can walk up to within a couple of feet of it on a Tuesday afternoon with a paper cup of coffee in your hand. It is a finger of black stone, taller than a man, about 7.5 feet, shaped like something between a monolith and an enormous upright thumb, wider at the bottom, curving in towards a rounded top. 4 tons of hard, dark, dense stone with a slight sheen where it has been polished. And remember every time you look at it that there is no stone in Babylonia. None. That black mass came from somewhere else, by boat and by muscle, because the whole point of it is that it is not mud. It cannot be pushed over. It cannot be dissolved by rain. Somebody chose a material that says, this is not going to change. At the top there is a carved scene about 2.5 feet high. 2 figures. On the right, seated on a throne, wearing a headdress with horns and holding the rod and the ring, is Shamus, the sun god, the god of justice, the one who sees everything because he crosses the whole sky every day. And standing in front of him, standing, not kneeling, not prostrate, standing with one hand raised in front of his mouth in a gesture of respect, is Hammurabi. Below that scene, covering the entire rest of the stone, front and back, in more than 40 columns, and something like 3,600 lines of beautifully cut cuneiform, is the text. In Akkadian, of course. And now look at the top of it again, because there is damage there, and the damage is not weather. 7 columns of text have been deliberately scraped away, cleanly in antiquity, leaving a blank scar. Somebody chiseled off a section of this monument, almost certainly to carve their own inscription in the space, and then, for reasons we do not know, never did. I asked you at the very beginning of this journey to hold on to a mutilated face, and to keep asking who does that and why. Here is the second piece of the answer, and I got a genuine jolt when I first put the 2 facts side by side, because it is the same thief. The Elamite king who carried Naram-Sin's mountain home to Susa took this as well, 4 tons of Babylon's justice, hundreds of miles over the plain and up into Iran, set up in his own city as a thing he now owned. Which is why the most famous law code in human history was dug up in 1900, and one not in Iraq, but in Iran, in 3 pieces, in the ruins of an Elamite palace. The greatest document of Babylonian civilization survives because a foreign king thought it was worth stealing. And that tells you something we are working towards. To take a monument was not tidying up loot, it was capture, carrying the thing itself off and putting your name on it. Which means the reverse is also true. When you hack the eye out of a portrait or scrape a name off a stone, you are not vandalizing a picture. You are attacking a person who is, in some real sense, still present. We are not finished with this, but we are closer. Now let us read what it says. And I want to do it properly, which means not reciting a list. 282 laws is exactly the kind of number that makes a script turn into an encyclopedia. So we are going to stand inside 3 of them. Start with the prologue because everybody skips it, and it is the most revealing part of the whole monument. It runs for about 300 lines before a single law appears. It says who Hammurabi is, and which gods gave him what, and which temples he restored city by city, and then it tells you what the stone is for. He was called, he says, to make justice appear in the land, to destroy the wicked and the evil, so that the strong might not oppress the weak. So that the strong might not oppress the weak. I find that sentence very hard to be cynical about, even knowing everything I am about to tell you. Whether or not he meant it, whether or not it worked, somebody in the 18th century, before our era, decided that the correct public justification for royal power was the protection of weak people from strong people. That is the language he thought would sound legitimate. And what a society claims as its justification tells you a great deal, because it becomes the standard the society can then be held to. Now the first law I want to stand inside. It concerns builders. If a builder builds a house for a man and does not make its construction sound, and the house he built collapses and kills the owner, that builder shall be put to death. Picture it, a courtyard house in Babylon, mud, brick, flat roof of reed and beam and packed earth. Somebody paid to have it put up 6 shekels of silver a month for a mason, and we have the wage lists. The mason cut a corner. Maybe the wall was too thin, maybe the beams were undersized, maybe he was told to work faster. And one night the roof or the wall came down, and the man who owned the house was killed in his own bedroom. And the law says the builder dies, not a fine, not a hearing about intent. There is no negligence and no accident in this world. There is a result, and the result has a price. I want you to notice the idea hiding inside that brutality, because it is genuinely new and we still live inside it. This is professional liability. The law is saying that if you take money to do skilled work, you carry the risk of your own competence. The same section does it for physicians. A doctor who successfully treats a serious wound on a wealthy man gets 10 shekels of silver, and a doctor whose operation kills the patient or destroys his eye loses his hand. It does it for boat builders and for jewelers who lose materials entrusted to them. It sets the mason's monthly wage and the physician's fee. That is not the law of a tribe. That is the law of a complex economy full of specialists, where you hand your house, your body, your cargo and your silver to strangers whose skill you cannot personally verify, and where somebody has had to sit down and ask, who eats the loss when the stranger is bad at their job? Every professional indemnity clause in the modern world is a descendant of a man in Babylon deciding that a collapsed roof is somebody's fault. Now the second law, the famous one, and it is worse than you have been told, but not in the way you expect. If a man has put out the eye of another man, his eye shall be put out. Eye for eye, it is the line everybody knows, and it is usually taught as savagery, and it is actually, for its moment, a limit, a ceiling, because the alternative to proportional retribution is not gentleness, it is feud. You hurt my brother, so my family kills 3 of yours, so your family burns our house. Eye for eye says the debt stops at 1 eye. It is not mercy. It is a cap on escalation, which is the beginning of law. But now read the next lines, and this is where I need you to go quiet with me for a moment. If a man has put out the eye of a commoner, he shall pay 1 mina of silver. If a man has put out the eye of a slave, he shall pay half the slave's price. Read those 3 provisions together, the same injury, the same eye, and the punishment is not set by what was done, it is set by who it was done to. An aristocrat's eye is worth an eye. A commoner's eye is worth a weight of silver. An enslaved person's eye is worth half of what they themselves cost, paid to the man who owns them, because the injury is not to a person, it is to property. And it goes further, and this is the part that I have never been able to shake. There is a set of provisions about a man who strikes a pregnant woman and causes her to lose the child. If she is of the upper class, he pays 10 shekels of silver. If she is a commoner, 5 shekels. If she is a slave, 2. 10, 5, 2. There it is in weighed metal, not implied, not whispered, not left to the discretion of a judge who happens to be a snob. Written on a public monument in a language that will still be legible in 3,500 years. A table of human worth, priced by class to the shekel. I do not want to hurry past that into the usual comfortable observation about how the past was a different country. Sit in it. Every society that has ever existed has ranked human beings, including every society any of us have lived in. What is unusual about Babylon is not that it did. It is that it wrote the numbers down and stood the numbers up in a public square and put the sun god's face at the top of them. Their inequality was not hidden in the gap between what the law said and how it was enforced. It was the law, out loud, on a stone, next to the promise that the strong should not oppress the weak. They saw no contradiction there at all, and I think there is nothing in this whole story that is more worth a slow breath than that. So, was any of it actually used? Here is where I have to be honest with you, and the honesty is more interesting than certainty would be, because this is one of the liveliest arguments in the field. The skeptical case is strong. We have tens of thousands of old Babylonian legal documents, contracts, disputes, verdicts, and they almost never quote this monument. Nobody writes, as it is written on the stele. The prescribed mutilations are largely absent from real outcomes. Cases settle, people pay compensation, judges use discretion. And the whole thing is written in a stately literary register, arranged in patterns, more like a composition than a manual, which has led some scholars to a radical position I think deserves a serious hearing. That this is not a law code at all in our sense, but a monument to royal virtue, a display piece meant to be admired by gods and copied by students rather than consulted by magistrates. Scribal students were still copying it 1,000 years later, which is exactly the afterlife of a set text. The case on the other side is also strong. The contracts we have, the interest rates, the wage levels, the divorce settlements, the liability of professionals, do broadly sit inside the world this stone describes. My own view is that the question is slightly wrong. We ask whether it was legislation or propaganda, and the answer is a third thing we have no good word for. A public claim about what the law is, made by a king, at a scale, and in a material that made the claim hard to take back. And that is the leap, not the 282 rules, some of which he inherited, because there were older codes centuries before him and Hammurabi knew it. The leap is the stone in the courtyard. 95 people out of 100 in that city could not read a word of it, but a scribe could and would, for a fee or a favor out loud to anyone standing there. Which means a farmer in a dispute with a wealthy neighbor could know, not guess, know what the king had said the rule was. It means a judge who ruled against the stone could be pointed at. It means the standard existed outside the head of the person applying it. That is the whole idea of public law in one object, not that justice becomes fair. It plainly did not become fair, the shekel table is right there. But justice becomes checkable. And once a standard is written down where people can see it, it is available to be quoted back at power forever, including in ways the king who wrote it would have hated. Now, that is the theory of it, 4 tons of it in the courtyard with the sun god at the top. But I want to know what it actually felt like. What happened to an ordinary person in Babylon who woke up one morning accused of something they had not done, with no witnesses, no evidence, and a neighbor swearing otherwise? There is an answer, and it involves being walked to the river at dawn. It is early, and it is already warm, and a small crowd is walking along a levee bank towards the water. At the center of the group is a man. He has not been beaten, and he is not in chains. This is not that kind of proceeding. Around him are the elders of his district, one or two officials, the man who accused him, and a scribe with a lump of damp clay and a stylus, because whatever happens in the next few minutes is going to be written down. The charge is sorcery. Somebody's child sickened, or somebody's animals died, or a man's business went wrong in a way that felt personal, and his neighbor has stood up in the assembly and said, "This man did it. He put a spell on us." And there are no witnesses, because there never are, and there is no evidence, because there cannot be. So the case has arrived at the one place the Babylonian legal system sent problems it could not solve. The law is very short about what happens next. If a man has accused another man of sorcery and has not proved it, then the accused shall go to the divine river. If the river overcomes him, his accuser shall take his estate. If the river shows him to be innocent and he survives, then the man who accused him shall be put to death, and the one who plunged in shall take his accuser's estate. He goes into the water, and whatever the river does with him is the verdict, because the river is a god, and the god does not make mistakes. I find this genuinely frightening in a way that the eye for an eye laws do not manage, and I have thought a fair bit about why. I think it is because it is not cruelty. There is no anger in it. It is a procedure, done in the morning in front of officials, with a clerk taking notes. It is what a reasonable, orderly, literate society does when its ordinary machinery for finding the truth has run out, and every society has that point. Look what else is in that law. The accuser is in danger too. If the man survives, the accuser dies, and the survivor takes his house and his fields. And there is another provision, right at the front of the code, that says if you bring a capital charge before the elders and cannot prove it, you are executed. A society where anyone can accuse anyone of anything is a society where accusation is a weapon, where you get rid of a rival or acquire his land by standing up in the assembly and pointing. Babylon knew that, so they made the accusation itself dangerous. You want to accuse your neighbor of witchcraft? Fine, bet your own life and your own estate on it. That is not a primitive system. That is a system that has thought carefully about incentives, using the only instruments it has: a god, a river, and a redistribution of property. Now let me back up out of the water and show you the ordinary machinery, the part that handled the other 99 cases out of 100. Because this is where I have come to genuinely admire these people, and it is nothing like a courtroom drama. There are no lawyers, none. Not a profession, not a concept. You plead your own case in your own words in front of your own neighbors, and if you are a woman, you plead it yourself. Women appear in these records as litigants, as witnesses, as parties to contracts, holding their own seals. Judgment comes from a panel of city elders, ward assemblies, appointed magistrates, temple officials, and above them the king, who genuinely did receive petitions and send them back down with instructions. We have his letters doing exactly that. Look into this, settle it, report to the palace. And then the evidence, which is the heart of it. 3 things counted: documents, witnesses, and oaths. Documents first, because these people were magnificent about paperwork. A sale, a loan, a marriage, an adoption, a lease. Write it on clay, name the parties, state the terms, list 3 or 4 witnesses by name, and have everyone press their seal into the wet surface. Then, and this is my favorite piece of legal technology in the ancient world, for important documents, wrap the tablet in a second thin layer of clay, write the whole text again on the outside, and seal that. Now you have a sealed in a tablet nobody can reach without visibly destroying the envelope. If somebody claims the outside has been tampered with, you break the case open in front of the judges and read the original. That is a tamper-proof contract 4,000 years ago, made of mud. Then witnesses, named in the document precisely so they can be produced later. And then the oath, which to us is a formality, and to them was the sharpest tool in the box. To swear in a Babylonian court was to invoke a god by name, often the king as well, and to place yourself under that god's power if you were lying, not metaphorically. These were people who believed with total sincerity that a false oath brought sickness into your house and death to your children, and that the god was standing right there listening. There is a law that says a party who denies a claim may swear before Shamus and be acquitted. Full stop. Case over. Think about how much work that does. If everyone in the room truly believes the oath is lethal, the oath is a lie detector, the cheapest evidentiary instrument a pre-forensic society could possibly have, and it cost nothing to administer. The whole edifice of Babylonian justice stands on a foundation of shared, sincere terror of the gods. There was also, I am delighted to tell you, a police force, officials whose job was watching the town, and the records of what they were called out to do are so recognizably municipal that I laughed out loud the first time I read them. They break up a noisy party in a tavern. They chase a barley payment that never arrived. They arrest people looting temple property. Somewhere in Babylon, 3,800 years ago, a man in an official capacity knocked on the door of a bar at midnight and told everyone to keep it down. Now I want to follow one real case, because the human weight of all this only lands if it is happening to somebody. Among the tablets from the south, there is litigation of a shape that repeats often enough that I want you to know it as the ordinary tragedy it was. A woman's husband has died. There are children, and they are young. And her husband's brother comes forward and claims the property, the fields, the house, the jointly held assets, and with them, the guardianship of the children. Understand what is at stake. In this world, guardianship is not a sentimental question. Whoever controls the minor heirs controls their inheritance until they come of age, and a great many things can happen to an estate in 15 years of somebody else's management. If she loses, she has lost her home, her income, her husband's estate, and her standing over her own children in one hearing. So she goes to court herself. She stands in front of the panel and she argues, and the tablet records that she produced her documents, her marriage contract, which specified what she brought into the marriage and what was to happen to it, and the record of what was jointly held. And here is the thing that the code, for all its shekel tables, actually got right, and I want to give it credit where it is due. There are explicit provisions on precisely this situation. A widow keeps her dowry. It was always hers, not her husband's, and no one may take it. She may remain in her husband's house and manage the property for the children. If there are no sons, daughters inherit. A widow who wishes to remarry may do so and keep what is hers, though the children's inheritance is protected and separated first. The written law on this narrow question is standing between a woman and a man who wants what she has, which is very close to what the prologue promised. The tablet gives us the shape and the outcome. It does not give us her face. We do not know whether the panel was fair, or how many nights she lay awake before the hearing, or whether the brother-in-law was a monster or simply a man who thought, with the customs of his society behind him, that a woman had no business managing fields. We have the verdict and not the feelings. That is the permanent condition of this work. And I am not going to leave you with a warm feeling about Mesopotamian justice, because we are going to travel north later in this story, and it changes. We will get there. And when we do, I want you to remember this chapter, the sealed envelope, the panel of elders, the widow with her documents, the constable at the tavern door, because it will change how you feel about Hammurabi. Not because he was gentle. Because there was a version of this civilization that got harder, and it was not the last one. Enough courtrooms. I have been telling you about kings and codes and gods for hours now, and there is somewhere I have been wanting to take you since we started. I want to go inside a house. I want to know what these people ate, what they owed, what they wore, what a wedding cost, what happened when the money ran out. Because for every Hammurabi there were 1,000,000 of them, and they are the reason any of this matters. Chapter 9. An ordinary year and a room full of boys. Come with me down a lane in Babylon, and let us find a family and stay with them for a year. Not the palace, not the temple, not a merchant with warehouses and 100 square meters of house and a well of his own. I want the ordinary end of the street, and I want you to understand that this is not the poor end. The truly desperate barely enter the record at all. This is the middle of the middle, a man who works, a woman who works harder, 2 or 3 surviving children, and a life measured out in barley. The house is 1 or 2 rooms of mud brick, somewhere between 20 and 40 square meters, smaller than a modern 1-bedroom flat, and it holds the whole family and often an animal. There is a hearth. The floor is packed earth, swept. The walls are thick, which matters more than it sounds. Mud brick soaks up the day's heat slowly and gives it back at night, so the room is bearable at noon and warm at 3 in the morning. There is a small yard, maybe, with a pen, a corner arrangement for a toilet, and a flat roof reached by a ladder, which is not decoration. The roof is where grain dries, where things are stored, and where the whole family sleeps for the hot half of the year under the stars on a mattress of reeds, with the neighbors sleeping on their roof 6 feet away. They rent it, most likely, for about a shekel of silver a month. Now hold that shekel, because I am going to hand you a set of numbers and I want you to feel them, not file them. A day laborer earns something like 1 to 2 shekels of silver a month, plus his daily ration of barley. So the rent in a bad month is the wage, which means the household does not survive on his wage. It survives on the rations, on her work, on a plot if they have one, on credit, and on relatives. That is the whole economy of the ordinary Babylonian year in one sentence, and everything else follows from it. They eat barley, barley bread, barley porridge, barley beer, and dates for the sweetness, and onions and lentils and dried fish around the edges of it. Meat is a festival. I want to stay on that for a moment because I think we cannot really feel it. A sheep costs somewhere between 3 and 5 shekels of silver. Our laborer earns 1 or 2 a month, so a single sheep is 1 to 3 months of a man's entire wage, which means the taste of roast mutton in this family is inseparable from the new year, from a temple procession, from a crowd, from the 1 week in the year when the whole city eats. Meat is not food in this world. Meat is an occasion, and I suspect the smell of it stayed in a person's memory the way a particular song does in ours. Clothing, and this is the detail that stopped me cold when I first went through the price lists. The family owns 1 or 2 sets of clothes, wool or linen, wrapped and pinned rather than tailored, patched and repatched and handed on, worn for years, decades, in some cases, if the textile fragments and the account tablets are telling us what they seem to be telling us. And a pair of sandals costs 2 to 3 shekels of silver. 2 to 3 shekels. Read that against a wage of 1 to 2 shekels a month. Shoes cost 2 months' pay. Not fine boots, those run 10 shekels and up, and are for officials. Ordinary sandals for your feet cost more than your family's rent for 2 months. I think about that whenever I am irritated by something in my own life, and I think about how carefully a person walks when their shoes are the single most valuable object they own. Now a wedding here is a contract, written on clay, sealed and witnessed, with the bride price and the penalty for divorce written down before the couple have spent a night in the same house. Read it once and it is cold. Read it twice, and every one of those clauses is a piece of armor, a price agreed in advance in front of witnesses for throwing a woman away. You met the widow with her documents a moment ago. What she brought into the marriage stayed hers, and after her, her children's. She could own land, lend, trade, sue, witness, and roll her own cylinder seal across wet clay as a signature that a court would enforce. And now the other side of the ledger, honestly, because I am not going to sell you a feminist Babylon. Inheritance runs father to sons, with the eldest usually taking the largest share. Daughters inherit only if there are no sons. An unmarried woman's property is administered by her father. Adultery by a wife is, in the letter of the law, a capital matter, drowning for both parties, with the possibility of pardon resting entirely with the husband and the king, while a husband's sexual conduct with slaves and concubines is not a legal question at all. The protections are real and the asymmetry is total, and both of those things are simply true at once. Now the year turns bad, because for a great many families it did, and I promised you the hard truth alongside the sweet one. Here is how a Babylonian family is destroyed, not by war, by interest. Credit ran everything in this economy because everything in this economy was seasonal. You borrow in the lean months and repay after harvest. The rates are set out in the code and they are steep, 20% a year on a loan of silver and 33% on a loan of grain. Notice which one is worse. Grain, the thing a hungry family actually needs, is the expensive loan. And then the harvest comes in thin, and you cannot pay, and the interest rolls, and the loan is secured against the only collateral you have. Your labor, and then your children's. Debt slavery is the mechanism, and it was common enough that the code legislates it in detail. A man who cannot pay hands over a family member, a wife, a son, a daughter, to work in the creditor's household. And here the law does something merciful, and I do not want to skip it. The code limits that servitude to 3 years. 3 years and they come home. 3 years of your child living in another man's house because of a bad harvest. That is the merciful version. That is the reform. And because the world is not only cruel, let me give you the other case, which is my favorite document in this entire chapter. There is a record of an enslaved woman who traded, who did business over years on her own account in a system that permitted an enslaved person to hold property and make contracts, and who accumulated enough over something like 15 years to buy her own freedom. 15 years. Think about the arithmetic she was doing every season for 15 years in her head at night. Think about how many times she must have recalculated how far away it still was. And then think about the day she walked into a room with the silver and a scribe wrote it down and pressed a seal into it, and she was, in the eyes of the law of Babylon, free. I have to be straight with you, this was rare. Documented, real, and rare. Most people who went into slavery did not trade their way out of it, but she did, and the tablet exists, and I refuse to let the rarity make her smaller. One more room in the house before we go, and it is the room where they were most human. There is a sick child, and what the parents do is what parents do, everything at once. Practical care and an amulet on a cord around the neck, and a hired professional who arrives and speaks over the child, and the words survive. Fever that shakes the body, one incantation begins, and then the fever is addressed directly by name and banished by the power of a god. It is not a prayer. It is an eviction notice served on an illness, in the voice of someone with the authority of the divine behind him, and it was said out loud in a small mud brick room over a shivering 4-year-old, and the parents listened to every word and hoped. They also read the future constantly, and it is the same instinct. There is a lovely piece of correspondence from a merchant who is about to send goods out on a risky venture, And what he does first is pay a specialist to examine the liver of a sacrificed animal for signs, the shape of the lobes, the marks, the fissures, to find out whether the trip will go well. And then he writes back afterwards to report what happened. A man checking the weather report and then filing a review. I want to be careful not to smirk at that, because the logic is airtight from inside. The gods know what is coming. The gods write in the world, therefore the world can be read if you know the script. We are going to spend real time with that mind later in this story. I told you hours ago that we would, and it is going to turn out to be the deepest thing in Mesopotamian civilization and the most consequential thing they ever handed to us. So let me leave you with the object that I think holds this whole chapter. Not the code, not the ration list, the seal. Almost everybody in this world who did business had one. A little cylinder of stone, an inch or so long, drilled through and worn on a cord at the wrist or the neck, carved in reverse with a scene and often a name. A merchant had one. A merchant's wife had one. A widow arguing for her children had one. An enslaved woman buying her freedom had one. And you used it by rolling it across wet clay so that the picture came out raised and continuous, and the mark of it said, "I was here. I agreed to this. This is me." We have found thousands of them, and the impressions they left are all over the archives of Babylon. Here is what gets me. In this whole story we have kings on stone, gods on stone, victories on stone, laws on stone, enormous claims made in the hardest material available. And what actually survives in the greatest quantity, what fills the museum drawers, is the mark of ordinary hands. A lease, a loan, a marriage, a lawsuit, a receipt, each one signed by rolling a small stone across the mud. Two hands run through this entire episode, and we have been mostly watching the one on the mace. The other one is holding a stylus, and it is the one that turns out to be still speaking. Which brings me at last to a room I have been promising you since our very first chapter. A schoolroom, with small children in it, learning to make those marks badly, over and over, in a dead language, under a teacher with a stick. And with one boy, 4,000 years ago, who was late. The room is in Nipwa, and it is smaller than you want it to be. The archaeologists gave it a name that sounds like a filing code and has become, for me, one of the warmest addresses in the ancient world. They called it House F. It is an ordinary mud brick house on an ordinary street, and if you had walked past it 4,000 years ago, you would have heard it before you saw it, because the thing that happened inside it happened out loud. All day. Chanting, correcting, reciting, the same lines over and over in a language nobody in that street spoke anymore. When it was excavated, more than 1,400 tablets came out of it, and a great many of them were not stacked in an archive or shelved in a library. They were in the walls, in the floor, in the benches themselves, because when a child finished with an exercise tablet, the tablet was not precious. It was soaked, mashed back into the clay bin, and handed out again the next morning to somebody else. And when a batch had gone too dry to recycle, or a repair needed bulk, the old homework went straight into the fabric of the building. The school was partly built out of children's mistakes. And the object I would take out of that house, if I could only take one, is a lentil. That is what everyone calls them, round, flat little discs of clay, the size of the palm of your hand, curved on both faces like a lens. A teacher writes one line on it, a sign, a name, a short proverb. Then the child copies that line underneath. And because the clay held everything faithfully and forgave nothing, both hands are still on the object. You can see the teacher's line, confident, evenly spaced, the wedges cut clean and quick. And directly beneath it the child's, bigger, wobbling. A sign started, abandoned, smoothed over with a thumb and started again, and you can see the thumb. Sometimes the copy runs downhill across the tablet, the way a small child's writing runs downhill on a page today. That is not a document. That is a lesson, frozen mid-lesson, with a teacher and an 8-year-old both still in the room. And there is a person inside it. There is a Sumerian composition that scholars call, plainly, school days, and it is a schoolboy's account of one day, written in the first person. He wakes up, he asks his mother for his lunch, his 2 rolls, and she gives them to him. And then he goes, and the first thing that happens in the story, the very first thing, is that he arrives late. The man at the gate asks him why he is late, and the boy says in the text that he was afraid, that his heart was pounding, that he bowed low in front of his teacher. And then the canings begin. The man in charge of the courtyard canes him because he stood up without permission. Somebody canes him for his handwriting. His tablet was badly made. His lines were not straight. Somebody canes him for talking. And the man in charge of Sumerian canes him for the offense that stops me cold every single time. He spoke in Akkadian. Akkadian was his mother's language. It is what he heard in the courtyard at home, what he thought in, what he counted in, what he cried in when he was 3 years old. And in that room, using it was a beating offense, because that room existed to keep a different language, an older, deader, holier language, breathing inside the mouths of children who did not speak it. He got hit for talking the way his mother talked, in Akkadian, of course. The story does not end there, and the ending is why I love it and why it hurts more, not less. The boy goes home miserable, and he asks his father to invite the teacher to dinner. The father does it. The teacher is seated in the place of honor, given good beer, dressed in a new garment, given a ring for his hand and oil poured over him, and the teacher, thus lubricated, turns to the boy and becomes tender. He blesses him. He tells him that because he did not neglect the word, he will reach the very pinnacle of the scribal art, and be the first among his brothers, and be the leader of his friends. So the story of the boy who was late ends with his father buying the teacher off, 4,000 years ago, in mud. And here is the twist that makes the whole thing recursive, and to me almost unbearable. We have this text because it was a school exercise. Copies of it were made by schoolboys, as homework, in rooms exactly like House F, which means that somewhere in Nipua, a boy who had been hit that week sat on a mud brick bench and copied out, wedge by wedge, in a language not his own, under a man with a stick, the story of a boy who was hit at school. And in some of those copies, the Sumerian runs down one column and the meaning runs down the other, so the child could actually follow what he was writing. In Akkadian, of course. So is the narrator of School Days real? Probably not, or not exactly, but the boy who copied it was real. The hand on the lentil is real. The downhill line is real. Somewhere under that street, a child of 8 on a hot morning ran because he was late and was frightened and got hit and went home. We do not have his name. We have his handwriting. I told you in our first chapter that I had a schoolboy for you and that it would sting a little. That is why. Not because it is tragic. It is not particularly. He is fine. He gets dinner and a blessing. It stings because it is so completely ordinary. 4,000 years, 12 dynasties, 3 empires, and the oldest school story on earth is about being late and dreading the door. And remember who is standing at the very head of this tradition. I asked you hours ago not to forget her. Enheduanna, Sargon's daughter, the high priestess at the earliest author on the planet whose name is attached to their own work. Here is what happened to her afterwards, and it is one of my favorite facts in all of this. Her hymns became school texts. Centuries after she died, boys in tablet houses were copying her lines for handwriting practice, probably resenting it. The first named author in human history became homework. I think she would have taken the deal. I have spent this whole episode watching two hands and telling you that I think the one on the stylus wins. This is where I stop hinting. Every king we have met so far built something enormous to survive himself, and every single one of those things is a mound. What actually crossed the gap, and arrived here is a body of text kept alive by unremarkable people copying it, checking it, and passing it sideways to the next room. A relay of bored children and pedantic professionals running for 2,000 years without dropping the baton. And one text in that relay got copied more, traveled further, and mattered more than any other. It was learned in Babylon, and it turns up in the Hittite capital in Anatolia in Hittite, and in Hurrian, hundreds of miles and several empires from home, because young scribes in foreign palaces learned it too. It is the reason a printer's apprentice in London took his clothes off in a room full of Victorian gentlemen. I have deferred it twice now, and I have told you both times that we would earn it. We have earned it. Let me tell you about Gilgamesh. Chapter 10, Gilgamesh. The poem tells you what to do first, and I would like us to actually do it. Go up, it says, onto the wall of Uruk, walk along it. Inspect the foundation platform, examine the brickwork, go on, touch it. Is it not kiln-fired brick, the very best? Did the 7 sages themselves not lay these foundations? Take the stairs, it says, walk the circuit. Look at the city, the orchards, the clay pits, the temple. 3 square miles and a half, it tells you, counting them out like a proud landlord. That is how the greatest work of literature to survive from the ancient world opens. Not with a battle, not with a god, with a man telling you to go and look at a wall. And here is what is on that spot today. A long, low, broken ridge of eroded mud in the desert of southern Iraq, in a landscape the river abandoned thousands of years ago. You can walk it. People do. There is nothing to see. The wall the poem is so proud of, the wall that is offered to you as the answer to the entire story, is gone. The poem is not gone. Hold that. It is going to come back at the end of this chapter and knock the wind out of you, the way it does to me every time. Let me start with what is solid. There was a Gilgamesh, not a poem Gilgamesh, a man. He shows up in the Sumerian king list as a king of Uruk with a reign of 126 years, which is the king list's way of saying, long ago and important, do not ask me. Best guess, he ruled around 4,700 years ago. The wrestling with a wild man, the scorpion people, the plant at the bottom of the sea, that is elaboration, and glorious elaboration, and I will not pretend otherwise. There was likely a warlord behind him, the way there was likely a warlord behind Arthur. The man is history. The journey is literature. And the literature did not arrive in one piece. It began as separate Sumerian poems, copied in the tablet house's homework in the most literal sense. The boys from the last chapter, with the wobbling lines and the sore hands, were copying these. Then in Hammurabi's world, someone wrote it in Akkadian as one continuous poem, in the language people actually spoke, opening with the line, surpassing all other kings. A hero poem. A poem about a magnificent man. And then, some 500 years later, someone else got hold of it. His name, and we have it, which is astonishing, was Sinlekian. Later tradition credits him with the version that became standard, the 12-tablet text that the scribes of Assyria and Babylon copied for the next 1,000 years. And the first thing his version does is change the opening line. Not surpassing all other kings anymore. He who saw the deep. Do you feel the size of that edit? The old poem announced a champion. The new one announces a man who went down to the bottom of things and came back knowing something. In one line, the subject of the story stops being greatness and becomes knowledge and the price of it. Whoever made that decision understood that the poem's real subject was not what Gilgamesh could beat, it was what he could not. I should say that we have no colophon in which Sinlekian signs the work, and some scholars think he was a compiler rather than an author. I lean the other way, and I want you to know I am leaning, because that opening line is an editorial decision of terrifying quality and somebody made it. Now let me tell you the story, properly. This is the part I have been waiting the entire episode for. Gilgamesh is king of Uruk, and he is unbearable. He is 2/3 god and 1/3 human, which is not how fractions work and is exactly the point. He is a category error walking around a city. He is stronger than everyone, faster than everyone, and he uses it. He wears the young men out. He takes what he wants in the houses of his own people. The city prays for relief, and the gods who made him agree that the answer to too much Gilgamesh is a second Gilgamesh. So a goddess washes her hands, pinches off clay, and throws it into the wild, and out of it comes Enkidu. Enkidu is a man with no city. He is hairy all over, he has never seen bread, he grazes with the gazelles and drinks at the waterhole beside them, and he keeps filling in the hunters' trapping pits because he is on the animal's side. A hunter, ruined by this, goes to Gilgamesh for a solution, and the solution offered is a woman, Shamhat, from the temple of the goddess of love. She goes to the waterhole. She waits. And after 6 days and 7 nights with her, when Enkidu turns back to his gazelles, they run from him. His body has slowed. His animals will not have him. So Shamhat cuts her clothing in two and dresses him, and teaches him to eat bread and drink beer, and when he has drunk 7 cups of beer, he becomes expansive and cheerful and sings, which is the single most human sentence in the ancient world. He washes himself, rubs himself with oil, takes up a weapon, and goes to the city. Sex, bread, beer, clothes, oil, and a job. That is the poem's account of what civilization is, and honestly, I have read worse. They meet in the street because Enkidu blocks the doorway of a wedding house to stop Gilgamesh going in, and they fight. They wreck the doorpost. They wreck the wall. And when it is over and the text is damaged exactly where you most want it not to be, they let go of each other and they kiss and they become friends. I need to stop and say this plainly because it is the reason the poem has outlived every empire in this episode. The oldest long story in human literature is a story about friendship, not about a war, not about a throne, not about a woman. About 2 men who meet in a fight and who, from that moment, cannot bear to be apart. What follows is glorious adventure, and I am going to move through it quickly, because it is not what this episode needs from the poem. They go to the cedar forest and kill its guardian, Humbaba, for no better reason than fame. Gilgamesh says it outright, that he wants his name set up where the names of the famous are written. Then the goddess Ishtar wants Gilgamesh, and he refuses her at length and rudely, and she sends the bull of heaven down, and they kill that too, and Enkidu tears off its haunch and throws it in her face. That is the peak. 2 men at the top of the world, celebrated in the streets, having beaten a monster and a bull and insulted a god to her face and got away with it. They do not get away with it. The gods hold a council, and it is decided that for the cedar and the bull, one of them must die. And it is not Gilgamesh. Enkidu dreams the verdict, tells his friend, curses the hunter, and curses Shamhat for ever bringing him into the world of people, and then, told by the sun god how much love he found there, takes the curse back and blesses her instead. He lies down. He gets weaker for 12 days. He is frightened, and he says so, and he asks whether he will be remembered. And then he dies, in bed, of illness. The wild man who could out-wrestle a demigod, killed by nothing you can fight. What Gilgamesh does next is the most honest depiction of grief I know of in any literature from any period. He does not accept it. He covers his friend's face like a bride's and paces around the bed like a lioness whose cubs have been taken. He tears out his hair, rips off his fine clothes. He orders a statue. He calls on the whole world to weep, the paths, the bears, the hyenas, the elephants, the mountains, the rivers, the elders of Uruk. And he will not let them bury the body. 6 days and 7 nights he keeps Enkidu and would not give him up for burial, until a maggot fell out of his nose. That is in the poem. 3,500 years ago, Somebody wrote that line, and every scribe who copied it afterwards decided not to take it out. It is the moment the denial breaks. It is not a philosophical argument about mortality. It is a fact of decomposition, and it is what finally makes a man let go of his friend. I do not know of a braver sentence in ancient literature. And now the poem turns and becomes something else entirely. Gilgamesh runs. He puts on animal skins, he stops washing, he lets his hair grow matted, and he goes out into the wilderness becoming, and this is not an accident, the thing Enkidu used to be. He is roaming, and he is roaming because he has understood the thing you cannot ununderstand. He says it over and over to everyone he meets. My friend whom I loved has turned to clay. Am I not like him? Must I lie down too and never get up again? He is not grieving anymore. He is terrified. He is looking for the man who did not die. He crosses mountains guarded by scorpion people. He runs the sun's own tunnel through the mountain in total darkness, racing the sunrise, and comes out into a garden where the trees bear jewels. And he meets an alewife at the edge of the sea, a tavern keeper, of all people, running a bar at the end of the world, and in the older Babylonian version, she gives him the advice that has become the most quoted passage of the whole epic. You will never find the life you are looking for. When the gods made humanity, they kept life for themselves. So fill your belly, be happy day and night, wash your head, keep your clothes clean, hold your child's hand, let your wife enjoy you. That is your portion. He goes on. He finds the ferryman and crosses the waters of death and arrives at last in front of Utanapishti, the one man to whom the gods gave everlasting life. And Utanapishti, who is old and unimpressed, looks at this filthy, exhausted, magnificent king and asks him why his face is worn, and then tells him the story of the flood. The boat, the storm, the mountain, the dove sent out that found nowhere to land and came back. That is the passage a printer's apprentice at the British Museum read in 1872, and it is why he did what he did, and we will come back to him in a moment. But watch what Utanapishti actually does with his story, because this is the sharpest turn in the poem. Gilgamesh has come all this way assuming that immortality is a prize you can win, and the old man's point is the opposite. It was not one, it was a one-off, a decision taken by gods in a particular emergency that will never be taken again. There is no procedure. You cannot apply. Then he sets the test, and it is not a labor, it is a taunt. You want to defeat death? Fine, defeat sleep. Stay awake for 6 days and 7 nights. Gilgamesh sits down, and immediately the poem says, a mist of sleep breathes over him. He sleeps for 7 days, and because he will not believe it when he wakes, the old man's wife has baked a loaf of bread for each day and lined them up beside his head, so that he wakes to see the whole sequence. One loaf dried hard, one like leather, one gone white with mold, one still fresh from the oven this morning. He cannot argue with the bread. The strongest man in the world could not stay awake for a week. That is it, that is how the great quest ends, not in a battle, but in a mist of sleep breathed over a man who was sitting down for a moment. He weeps. And then he goes back to Uruk with the ferryman, and the last thing in the poem, the very last lines of the story proper, is Gilgamesh saying to the man beside him, go up onto the wall of Uruk and walk about. Inspect the foundation platform. Examine the brickwork. Is it not kiln-fired brick, the best there is? The same words the poem opened with. He has come the whole way around to the thing that was in front of him on line 1. I want to be careful not to flatten that into a fridge magnet, because the poem is better than appreciate what you have. What he is pointing at is the only kind of continuation that was actually on offer in that world, something built and something said. You do not get to keep your body. You get the wall, and you get the name in the mouths of the people who come after. That is the deal, and the poem is honest that it is a consolation prize, and it hands it to him anyway. One honest thing before I close this out, because the poem's own condition is part of its meaning. The text is a wreck. There is no pristine manuscript anywhere, and what you read in a modern translation is a mosaic of fragments from half a dozen places, still being rebuilt. A museum bought a tablet from a smuggler a few years ago that filled a hole in the cedar forest scholars had puzzled over for a century, and it added birdsong. The oldest story in the world is not finished arriving. Which brings me back to a young man in London, in a room full of gentlemen in 1872. I told you about him hours ago. George Smith, a banknote engraver's apprentice who taught himself cuneiform on his lunch breaks, who was hired to sort tablets because his eyes were better than anyone's, and who, reading a broken piece of Ashurbanipal's library, found a ship on a mountain and a dove sent out, and according to the account that has come down to us, began pulling off his clothes in his excitement, which is either the greatest moment in the history of scholarship or the greatest anecdote about it. And I refuse to give it up either way. Here is what happened next, and this is the part I did not tell you. His lecture caused a sensation, and the poem broke off exactly where it mattered, and a newspaper, the Daily Telegraph, put up 1,000 guineas to send him to Nineveh to look for the missing lines, to find a specific broken piece of a specific tablet in a mound of dirt in Ottoman Iraq. It is an absurd errand. He went, and within a week or so of real digging, he found a fragment carrying the lines he was missing. I do not have an explanation for that, and neither does anyone else. He went back twice more, and on the third journey in 1876, traveling in bad conditions in the heat with the country in turmoil, he fell ill, dysentery, and he died near Aleppo, and he was buried there. He was 36 years old. He left a wife and children with very little. He had been a printer's apprentice from a poor family who never went to university, and he read the oldest story on earth before anyone else alive. A man who could not stop looking for the missing lines of a poem about a man who could not accept death, and who died in a foreign country a long way from home, still looking. And by the poem's own rules, the rules Utanapishti laid down, the rules Gilgamesh finally accepted on the wall, there is exactly one thing available to him now. Not the body. The name, said out loud by a stranger who was not born for another 100 years. So say it in your head once before we move on. George Smith. That is the whole of what the poem promises, and it turns out to work. Now, there is a god in this story who has been standing quietly at the edge of the room for several chapters, a minor city deity from an unremarkable town on a canal, and while all of this was being copied and recopied, he was doing something no god in this part of the world had ever managed. He was climbing. Let me tell you how Marduk took over heaven. Chapter 11, The God Who Moved In. Somebody is washing his face. That is the first thing I want you to picture, because everything else in this chapter grows out of it. Deep inside a temple in Babylon, in a chamber most people will never enter, there is a figure made of precious wood, overlaid with gold, with eyes of inlaid stone, dressed in real cloth. And every single morning, before anything else in the city happens, a priest comes in and opens the room and washes his face. Then he is dressed. Then he is fed an actual meal, brought in on actual dishes, set in front of him behind a curtain so that no one watches a god eat, and taken away afterwards, at which point it goes, by a route of exquisite institutional convenience, to the palace and the temple staff. He is put to bed at night. He is taken out for festivals in a boat and a wagon. When he travels to visit another god, the visit is arranged like a state visit, because that is what it is. That figure is not a statue of Marduk. I want to be precise about this because it is where modern instincts get it wrong. To the people in that room, the figure did not represent the god any more than your body represents you. After the correct rituals, and there was a ritual whose name means, roughly, the opening of the mouth, the god was understood to be present in it, not symbolized, present, there. which means that everything that follows, including the parts that sound insane, is not insane. It is completely logical, given that starting premise. Now who is he? Here is the joke, and it is a very good one. 400 years before this, Marduk was nobody. He was the local god of a market town on a canal, and you have met that town already, and I told you at the time that nothing about it looked promising. Marduk was its municipal deity, sparsely attested, of no interest to anyone outside the district. Meanwhile, the actual king of the gods was Enlil at Nippur and had been for 1,000 years and more. So when I say Marduk climbed, I mean it literally. A god's career in Mesopotamia tracked his city's career because a god's household was funded by his city's revenue, and prestige is a budget line. Babylon rose. Marduk rose with it. And in the end, he did not merely join the top table. He took the chair, and he took Enlil's name, and Enlil's functions, and Enlil's honors, and Nippur, which had been the spiritual capital of southern Mesopotamia since before anyone could remember, was gently and permanently demoted. Let me stop on Nippur for a second, because I do not want to lose what was lost. Nippur had no great palace, and it was not a military power. It did not need to be. Enlil lived there in a temple called the Akkad, and Enlil was the one who handed out kingship. If you had seized a throne anywhere in the south, you went to Nippur, you made the gifts, land, silver, timber, stone, and you came away legitimate. Hammurabi himself made that pilgrimage and paid into that temple. I find that genuinely remarkable, and I think it is one of the most underrated facts about this world. For centuries, the most powerful institution in Mesopotamia was not an army. It was a licensing office. And then a canal town's god ate it. So let me take you into the house that replaced it, because in its day it was considered the exact center of the universe, and I mean that as a technical claim, not a compliment. The Esagilla. Marduk's temple in Babylon, an outer court, an inner court, an anteroom, and at the heart of it the chamber with Marduk and his wife Zarpanitem in it. Around the corner, the great ziggurat, which we will climb later when we get to Nebuchadnezzar and his blue gate. But a Mesopotamian temple is not a church, and this is the thing that most surprises people, so let me be blunt about it. These institutions held something like a third to a half of the best farmland in their territory. They ran orchards of date palms, reed beds, herds of cattle and sheep and goats and donkeys. They lent, they stored. They manufactured, textiles above all, at industrial scale, with workshops full of women weaving. A great temple was a landlord, a bank, a factory, a granary, and a records office that also, in one of its rooms, had a god in it. And because it kept records, we can see the human shape of it with painful clarity. Unskilled laborers get grain and oil. Skilled craftspeople get more. Scribes and senior administrators eat well, get the good meat, get the imported things. And women doing the same work as men are recorded at roughly half the ration. I am not going to editorialize about that beyond saying this. I have now read that fact in 3 different periods of this episode, and it has not changed once. 10:5:2 in the law code, half a ration in the accounts. They wrote the numbers down, and the numbers keep saying the same thing. So who actually ran this world? The palace or the temple? It is genuinely contested, and I lean to the answer that says neither of them ever settled it, that the balance shifted back and forth, and every new king had to renegotiate it from scratch. My reason is not a document, it is a festival. Every spring, in the first month of the year, Babylon held the Akitu, 12 days. It is the New Year festival, and if you are imagining fireworks and good cheer, adjust, because the mood of the opening days was closer to dread. Priests recited prayers of a distinctly anxious character. The city was waiting to find out whether the year would be granted. And on the 5th day, the king came in. He was brought into the presence of the god. And the high priest took his regalia off him, the scepter, the ring, the weapon, the crown, and carried them away and set them down in front of Marduk. So there is the most powerful man in the world, standing in a dark room with nothing. Then the priest struck him across the face. Then the king had to make a statement, and it is one of the most extraordinary documents that survives from any ancient civilization, because it is a negative confession delivered by an absolute monarch. He declares that he has not sinned against the Lord of the lands, that he has not been negligent of his divinity, that he has not destroyed Babylon, has not ordered her walls torn down, has not neglected her temple, has not struck the cheek of a citizen under his protection. And then the priest gave the regalia back and told him the god had heard him and struck him again. Hard. And here is the detail that tells you everything. The blow was supposed to bring tears. If the king's eyes watered, the god was pleased and the year was granted. If they did not, it was a bad sign. You have an emperor being slapped until he cries annually in public by a priest as a condition of remaining emperor. Now is that literal in every year in every reign? The description comes largely from ritual texts of a much later period, and there is a live debate about how much was performed and how much was theory. But even if it were only ever a script, the script itself is the evidence. Somebody in Babylon wrote down and preserved and copied a procedure in which the king is stripped and struck and has to swear he has not abused the city. The idea existed. It was official. Whatever the palace thought of it, the temple kept the text. That is the sound of an argument that never ended. And it gave the priesthood the most elegant weapon imaginable, because the theology was that the year had to be re-won. Order was not the default. It had been imposed once by force at the beginning, and it had to be renewed by correct performance every spring or things would come apart. Which means, if things came apart, the ritual had been performed wrongly, and who would that be the fault of? I have been telling you since Naram Sin that these were an anxious people. This is where I can prove it. This is a civilization that did not believe the sun was reliable. They believed the sun was renewed on schedule by a ceremony held in Babylon that they were personally responsible for holding. Which brings me to the thing that gives me chills. The festival could not be performed without Marduk, not a priest of Marduk. Marduk, the figure. He had to be physically present in the room and go out in the procession, or the sequence did not work. So the enemies of Babylon worked out what to do. Again and again, over centuries, invading armies did not just sack the city and burn the temple, they took the god away. Elamites carried him off. Hittites carried him off. Assyrian kings carried him off, and one of them kept him in Assyria for decades. And in those years, the New Year festival in Babylon did not happen. There is a chronicle text that records this, year after year, in the flattest possible language. The god did not go out. The Akitu festival did not take place. Sometimes for 20 years running. I want you to feel what that entry means to the people writing it. It is not a note about a cancelled parade. It is a statement that for 20 years, in their understanding of how reality is maintained, the year was not properly begun. They lived under a debt they could not pay. And you know what this is, because we have been circling it since the very first minute of this episode. Somebody took a statue that had eyes and a face and a mouth that had been ritually opened and carried it into exile because they understood that the way you truly beat a city is not to knock its walls down. It is to lay hands on the person who is still living inside the object. Blinding a bronze head, kidnapping a god. It is the same move made by the same mind. We are very nearly finished with this, and where we finish is going to be worse than you think. But first, the fourth day of the festival in the evening before all of that. The high priest stands in front of the god and recites, from beginning to end, out loud, all 1,000 lines of a poem, and what the poem describes is where the world came from, and why Marduk of all gods is entitled to be standing there receiving it. It is one of the strangest and most magnificent things ever written, and it begins like this. When on high the heaven had not been named, and below the earth had not been called by a name. That is where the poem gets its name, Enuma Elish, simply those opening words, because that is how you titled a work in this world. By its first line, the way you would find a song by humming it. Notice that it does not say the world did not exist, it says the world had not been named. In this cosmology, being named and being real are close to the same thing, and the poem is going to end with a god receiving 50 names, one after another. Naming is not decoration here. Naming is how power is transferred. So nothing but water, and not water in the abstract, two waters mingling. Apsu, the fresh water underneath everything, and Tiamat, the salt. If that sounds like theology, go and stand where the Tigris and the Euphrates run down into the marshes and out to the Gulf. Sweet water lying on top of salt, the boundary shifting with the season, land and water refusing to be distinguishable. They were not inventing an image. They were describing the bottom of their own country and saying that is what there was before there was anything. Out of the mingling come gods, and the gods are young, and the young gods are loud. And this is where the poem does the first thing that made me laugh out loud. Apsu, the primordial deep, cannot sleep. The kids are making a racket. He proposes to destroy them so he can get some rest. Tiamat is horrified, these are her children, and refuses. So Apsu plots it with his vizier anyway, and the clever god E finds out and puts Apsu to sleep with a spell and kills him, and then builds his own house on top of his corpse and lives there. And in that house on top of the dead deep, Marduk is born. Perfect, enormous, 4 eyes, 4 ears, radiating fire when he speaks, and his grandfather gives him the winds as a toy, and he plays with them, and the dust storms he raises churn up the water, and now Tiamat cannot rest either. Then the older gods, the ones who lost family in the first killing, go to work on her. Are you going to do nothing? Did you not love him? And she turns. The poem's word for what she becomes is not dragon. I need to say that plainly because you have absolutely met Tiamat somewhere in fantasy or gaming as a 5-headed chromatic dragon, and that is a modern invention, and it is not in the text. What the poem gives you is a body inventoried in parts, a tail, a thigh, a belly, an udder, ribs, a neck, a skull, eyes, nostrils, a mouth, lips. That is not a monster description. That is an anatomy, and it is being written down in advance because it is going to be needed later, piece by piece. She raises an army, 11 monstrous creatures, venom for blood. And she takes a consort, Kingu, and promotes him over everything, and hangs on his chest the tablet of destinies, which is exactly what it sounds like, the object that makes your decrees the decrees of the universe. The gods are terrified. They send E. E turns back. They send Anu, the god of the sky himself. Anu turns back. There is a wonderful stretch here where the assembly of heaven sits around in despair, drinking, and nobody will go. And a young god says, I will, for a price. And the price is everything, supreme kingship, and his word made the thing that fixes fate permanently, so that whatever he decrees shall not be changed. He is not asking for a command. He is asking for a constitutional amendment. And they make him prove it, and the proof is my favorite scene in the poem because it is so small. They set a garment down in front of him and tell him to destroy it by speaking. He speaks, and it is gone. He speaks again, and it is back. And the gods, watching a piece of cloth vanish and return, shout that he is king. Then he goes out to fight, and what Marduk does is the single cleverest act of violence in ancient literature. Tiamat opens her mouth to swallow him, and he drives the wind into it. It fills her. Her belly distends, she cannot close her jaws, she cannot move, and then into that open mouth he puts the arrow, and it goes down into her belly and splits her heart. He takes the tablet of destinies off Kingu's chest and seals it to his own. And then he goes back to the corpse and he makes the world out of it. He splits her, the text says, like a drying fish, like a shellfish, into two parts, and lifts up half of her to be the sky, and puts guards on it and tells them not to let her waters out. That is the sky above your head. It is a lid holding back an ocean with sentries posted. That is what rain is. Then her breasts become mountains. Her eyes become the sources of the Tigris and the Euphrates, which is to say the two rivers of this entire story are, in the poem's imagination, water coming out of the eyes of a murdered mother. I do not think you can invent that. I think you have to feel something very complicated about your own country to write that down. Then he sets the stars in their stations and gives the moon its schedule and tells it exactly how to shape itself across the month and fixes the sun's road. And here is where the poem stops being a story and becomes an argument about everything else in this episode. Because if the sky was installed as a mechanism by a decree, then the sky is a document. Its movements are not weather, they are text, and a sufficiently trained person can read it. Everything the Babylonians would go on to do, 600 years of nightly records, 70 tablets of omens, the mathematics that ends up handed to the Greeks is downstream of that sentence. And then humanity. The gods complain that the work of the world is heavy, the canals, the fields, the endless upkeep. And Marduk proposes a solution. They ask who started the war. Kingu is produced. They cut his arteries, and from his blood, mixed with clay, human beings are made, and the reason is stated in a single flat line that I find genuinely difficult. The toil of the gods was laid upon them, that the gods might rest. There it is, that is Babylonian anthropology. You exist to do the shift. And notice what we are made of. Divine blood, yes, but specifically the blood of the executed rebel, the one who backed chaos and lost. There is a whole theology of human trouble sitting inside that choice, and the poem never explains it. Then the gods build Babylon with their own hands as a residence for Marduk, and the seventh tablet, they give him 50 names. That sounds like a liturgical formality. It is a coup, because the names they hand over are not new. They are the names and epithets of other gods, older gods, the gods of other cities, and above all Enlils. One by one, the properties of the entire pantheon are transferred into a single account. The god of a canal town ends the poem holding the titles of everybody. So when was this written, and why? Here is where the honest answer is better than the legend. For a long time, people assumed this was Hammurabi's project, the paperwork for Babylon's first great conquests. That view has largely been abandoned. On linguistic and theological grounds, most scholars now place the version we have much later, somewhere around 3,100 years ago, in the time of a much less famous king called Nebuchadnezzar I. And what that man is famous for is the whole point. Babylon had been sacked. The god had been carried off to Elam and held there. And Nebuchadnezzar I marched east and beat the Elamites and brought the statue of Marduk home. If that dating is right, and it is contested, and I hold it as the best current reading rather than a certainty, then this poem, the poem about the god who was underestimated and then went out and beat the monster and came back and was given the kingship of the universe, was written by a broken city about the day its god walked back through the gate. That is not propaganda in the cheap sense. Or rather, it is propaganda, obviously, and it is also, unmistakably, relief. Two more honest things, because they matter. First is Tiamat the villain. The poem clearly wants you to think so by the end, but look at her at the start. She is the mother. She births the gods. She defends her children when their father proposes to murder them. There is a serious line of scholarship reading this poem as the record of a takeover in which an older, generative, female principle at the origin of the world is recast as a monster, killed, and physically taken apart to build the new order. And the new order is a young male god with a war record and a legal charter. Second, you have probably already heard the echoes, waters at the beginning, a wind moving over them, a firmament dividing the waters above from the waters below, humanity formed from clay and rest at the end. The resemblances to the opening of Genesis are real, and the Hebrew word for the primeval deep is even linguistically related to the name Tiamat. But be careful with the overclaim you will meet, the confident announcement that Genesis was simply copied from Babylon. These are neighboring literatures in contact for centuries, arguing with each other. And notice what Genesis does with the deep. It removes the fight. There is no battle, no corpse, no dismemberment. The waters are simply there and are simply divided. If you know Enuma Elish, that silence is very loud, and it looks a great deal like a deliberate answer. Also, for the record, this is not the world's oldest creation story, whatever a documentary may tell you. There are older Sumerian ones, and they went on being copied at the same time. There was never one official account. There was a library. So that is Babylon at the height of its theological confidence, with the god home and the year renewed, and the poem read out in the dark. That confidence did not last. What comes next is 400 years for which we have to strain to hear anything at all, in which the whole eastern Mediterranean falls over almost at once, and out of which something entirely new gets up in the north, something rain-fed, hard, and organized, that has been waiting in this story since I first mentioned it, and told you it would come back armed. Chapter 12, The Dark Between. I want to go back to a man you have already met, and finish him. Shutruk-Nahant, king of Elam in the mountains east of the plain. You met him in the chapter on the law code because he is the reason you can see that law code today. He came down out of the highlands, took Babylon, and carried the great stone stele back to his capital at Susa as a trophy, along with the victory monument of Naram-Sin, which he had thoughtfully reinscribed with his own name. He was a collector. He took the best things in Mesopotamia and put them in his city, and because he did, they survived the next 3,000 years in a place nobody thought to look. What I did not tell you then was what else went out the gates on that trip. The statue of Marduk, and the last king of Babylon, who was carried off to Elam and died there in captivity, and after whom no one from his family ruled again. That is the end of the dynasty we call the Kassites, and it happened around 3,150 years ago, and it is where the lights in this story go down for about 4 centuries. Now the Kassites. I have been quietly dishonest by not stopping on them earlier, and I want to correct that because they are the most unfairly ignored people in this entire episode. They came from the east, from the Zagros, and they took over Babylon after the Hittites had raided it and wrecked the old dynasty. Foreigners, speaking a language that is not Semitic and not Sumerian and is essentially a mystery to us. We have a handful of names and words and no real grip on it at all. And they then ruled Babylonia for something in the region of 400 years, longer than any native dynasty ever managed, longer than Rome held Britain, longer than the United States has existed twice over. And what did these foreign conquerors do with Babylon? They looked after it. That is the whole answer, and it is why nobody makes documentaries about them. They did not conquer much. They built temples, endowed shrines, kept the canals up, gave land grants to loyal men, and recorded them on beautiful carved boundary stones that are some of the best art of the period. They wrote in Akkadian. They worshipped the Babylonian gods and added their own quietly at the edges. They corresponded as equals with Egypt. Some of the letters found in Egypt, which I told you about hours ago, are Kassite kings of Babylon complaining to pharaohs about gold shipments and marriage negotiations, in Akkadian, of course. And above all, in the tablet houses, under the Kassites, the great texts were sorted out. This is the period in which scholars think much of the canon got fixed, the standard sequences, the numbered series, the collections of omens organized into their 70 tablets, the versions of the epics that would be copied for the next 1,000 years. The library became a library. I find that genuinely moving, and I want to name why. A group of outsiders whose own language we cannot even read took charge of somebody else's civilization and spent 4 centuries curating it. They are the reason a great deal of it exists. The two hands again, and the Kassites are entirely on the stylus side, and they get almost no credit for it, and I would like at least one person listening to this to leave knowing their name. There is also a slower, sadder thing happening underneath them, and I promised you I would come back to it. Right at the start of this episode, I asked you to hold on to something about the southern soil, that irrigating a hot, flat plain year after year with river water that carries dissolved salt and no winter rain to flush it will eventually poison the ground. Salt comes up. Wheat fails first because wheat is fussy. Barley hangs on longer because barley is tougher, and then even the barley yields fall. I told you to hold it lightly because it has been badly overused. You will meet confident accounts that say salt destroyed Sumer, full stop, and that is too simple. The evidence is patchy and regionally uneven, and the politics matter enormously. But hold it lightly and hold on to it, I said. Here is what it is for. Over the long run of this story, the center of gravity moves north. The great southern cities, Uruk, Lhasa, Nippur, the ancient places, the ones that invented everything, get smaller, poorer, and in some cases emptier, and never really come back. Some of that is canals wrecked in wars. Some of it is the rivers themselves moving, because the Euphrates wanders across that plain over centuries, and a city it abandons is finished, no matter how holy it is. And some of it, quite probably, is the salt. And meanwhile, the north, where it rains. That is the sentence I have been building towards for a dozen chapters. Up in the hills around the Tigris, around a rocky town called Ashur, you do not have to irrigate. Rain falls, and rain does not leave salt behind. Hold that thought while the world ends. Because around 3,200 years ago, the entire system of the Eastern Mediterranean collapses, and it happens fast. The Hittite Empire in Anatolia gone. The palaces of Mycenaean Greece burned, and Greece goes into a dark age so complete that they lose writing altogether for centuries. Ugarit on the Syrian coast, destroyed, with a letter still in the kiln describing enemy ships. Cyprus, the Levant, Egypt battered and shrunken. Within about 2 generations, a networked world of palace kingdoms that had been trading tin and copper and gold, and writing each other courteous letters, simply stops. You will hear one explanation for this offered with great confidence: the Sea Peoples. A coalition of raiders from somewhere in the north or west, named on Egyptian temple walls, who came in ships and burned everything. I want to be straight with you. That is not a solution, that is a label. We do not securely know who they were, whether they were one movement or many, and whether they were the cause of the collapse or a symptom of it. Desperate people already displaced by whatever was going wrong, moving because they had to. Blaming the Sea Peoples for the Bronze Age collapse is a bit like blaming a fire on the people running out of the building. The honest answer is the multi-causal one, and it is the same shape as the answer I gave you for Akkad, which is why I trust it. There is now decent climate evidence for a long dry period across the region. There is a serious earthquake cluster. There is the fragility of a system where every bronze sword in the world depended on tin arriving along a very small number of very long trade routes, so that when the routes broke, the whole military and economic basis of every palace broke at once. There are internal revolts, and there is migration and raiding into a world already staggering. No single villain, a system that had grown too interconnected to fail gracefully, given several hard shoves at once. And Mesopotamia is bruised rather than destroyed. Babylon falls to Elam, as we have seen, and the century after is grim, with Aramean and Sutian groups moving into the south and settling in the countryside and the old order thinning out. But the cities are still there. The tablets are still being written. This is one of the reasons I love this place. It is the most stubborn landscape in the ancient world. Two things come out of the dark that change everything afterwards, and I want to be careful with both because both are routinely told wrong. The first is iron. You will hear that iron weapons arrived and swept bronze away, and that whoever had iron won. That is much too neat. Iron does hold an edge better, and it does not depend on a fragile international tin supply, which in a broken world matters enormously. The metal you can get locally beats the metal you cannot get at all. But early iron was not automatically superior to good bronze, and the armies that will terrorize this region shortly did not win because of metallurgy. They won because of organization, logistics, and engineering. I will show you exactly how in the next chapter. Iron is a supporting actor. The second is quieter, and in the very long run, it is the thing that kills this entire civilization. And I mean that precisely, and I am going to leave it with you now and collect it right at the end of our journey. The Arameans who move into Mesopotamia in these dark centuries bring a language, Aramaic, and Aramaic is written with an alphabet. Not 600 signs learned over 12 years in a tablet house. Around 22 letters, learnable by an adult in a few weeks, written with ink on skin or papyrus. Think about what that does. Cuneiform's difficulty was the source of the scribe's power. It took a decade to make one, so a scribe was expensive and rare and indispensable. An alphabet makes writing cheap. Nothing about that happens quickly. Cuneiform has another 1,000 years of life in it, and its greatest libraries and its finest astronomy are still ahead of it. But the clock has started. Remember the boy with the wobbling hand and the 12 years and the man with the stick. Somebody has just invented a shortcut. Now north to the rain. Ashur is a rocky outcrop above the Tigris with a god on it, and the god's name is Asher, and the town's name is Asher, and I want you to notice that they are the same word, because this is the single most important theological fact in what is coming. Everywhere else in Mesopotamia, a god lives in a city. Marduk lives in Babylon. Enlil lives in Nippur. The god is a resident with a house and staff and a dinner service. In Assyria, the god is the city. Ashur does not have a temple in the way Marduk has a temple. Ashur is the place. And when Assyria takes territory, that territory is not a conquest, it is the enlargement of the god's estate, which means expansion is not ambition, it is worship, and failing to expand is not caution, it is neglecting a duty. I have not met a more dangerous idea in this whole episode. Assyria comes to this in 3 long acts, and I do not want to give you a list of kings, so let me give you 3 rooms instead. The first room is a merchant's house, not in Ashur but hundreds of miles northwest in Anatolia at a place called Kanesh, 4,000 years ago, when Ashur was not an empire at all but a small independent trading city. Assyrian merchants had a whole colony there, running donkey caravans over the mountains, taking tin and fine textiles up and bringing silver and gold back. And we have their letters, thousands of them in their houses, including letters from their wives back in Ashur, women who were weaving the textiles that funded the whole operation, and who write to complain about payment, about being left alone, about the business being run badly. That is the old Assyrian period. No army worth mentioning, just some very determined men with donkeys, and the women financing them. The second room is a throne room 600 years later. The Middle Assyrian kings have taken advantage of everyone else's exhaustion and made themselves a serious northern power, and one of them, Ashurbanipal, writes to the Pharaoh of Egypt. And the tone of that letter is what I want you to hear. It is not the letter of a client. It is the letter of a man addressing a colleague, discussing gold and gifts as an equal, and enquiring with beautiful passive aggression why the previous shipment was smaller than expected. In Akkadian, of course. The third room has not been built yet. It is a palace with stone walls carved with siege engines and impaled bodies, and it belongs to a state that has decided the entire world is its god's back garden, and it is about to invent the most effective military machine the world has yet seen. Assyria spent the dark centuries getting smaller and tougher and never quite dying. Around 2,900 years ago, it starts coming out. I told you 4 chapters ago that it would come back, and that it would come back armed. Let me show you what it built. Chapter 13, The Machine. Somebody is carrying a stone up a hill. He is not a soldier. He may not even be Assyrian. He is probably a man from a village that surrendered 3 weeks ago, and the arrangement that saved his life is this one he carries. The stone is about the size of a loaf of bread, and he has carried a great many of them today, and there is a line of men in front of him and a line of men behind him, and the line does not stop. And at the top of the slope, the stones go down into a growing spine of rubble that is climbing, handload by handload, toward the wall of a town. The town is called Lachish. It sits in the low hills of what is now southern Israel, and about 2,700 years ago it was the second city of the kingdom of Judah, walled and confident and in open rebellion. And here is the thing that I find genuinely difficult to hold in my head. That ramp is still there. You can go and stand on it. It is the only Assyrian siege ramp ever found anywhere in the world, and it did not wash away because it was never a temporary structure. It was a piece of civil engineering, laid down with a graded slope and a compacted surface, keyed into the hillside, built to take rolling weight. Estimates of the material vary, and they are estimates, but they run into many thousands of tons. Thousands of tons of stone and earth, moved without machines, up a slope, under arrow fire, by men in a line. I ended the last chapter promising to show you how Assyria did it, and I told you, flatly, that the answer was not iron. The ramp is the answer. Because when people tell you the story of Assyria, they almost always tell you a metallurgy story. The Assyrians had iron, everyone else had bronze, iron wins. It is tidy, and it is nearly meaningless. Iron was spreading everywhere in these centuries. The Judeans behind that wall had iron. The gap between a good iron blade and a good bronze one is real, and it is nothing like the gap between the army at the bottom of that hill and every other army on earth. Iron did not build the ramp. Iron did not decide that a wall which cannot be climbed can be made climbable by patiently manufacturing a new piece of ground. What Assyria had was not a better sword. It was an institution. Start with the thing that sounds boring and is the single most important fact in the chapter. Around 2,750 years ago, a king called Tiglath-Pileser III, and I am sorry about the name, it is a mouthful, and he is one of the most consequential people in this entire episode, took the Assyrian army and cut it loose from the harvest. I need you to feel what that means. Every army in the ancient world was, functionally, a group of farmers with a season off. You mustered in the spring, you campaigned in the dry months, and then you went home, because if you did not go home, the barley rotted in the field and your family starved in the winter. Warfare had a calendar, and the calendar belonged to agriculture. Tiglath-Pileser paid men to stop being farmers. A permanent corps of professional troops on the state's account, garrisoned year-round, with specialist units and a rank structure and a supply system, and conquered manpower feeding into it so that the professional corps never had to be spent. He did not invent the standing army out of nothing. Earlier kings had kept troops under arms. What he did was systematize it and make it permanent and normal, which is the difference between having an idea and having an institution, and only one of those two things conquers the world. And what an institution can do that a seasonal muster cannot is wait. That is the whole secret. A town besieged by farmers only has to survive until harvest. A town besieged by Assyria has to survive Assyria. Now let me take you to the object I actually love in all of this, which is not a weapon in any normal sense. It is the ram. Picture a beam, perhaps 5 meters long, hanging on ropes inside a wooden frame so that a crew can swing it. The striking end is capped with an iron blade, wedge-shaped, and the point of the wedge is not to smash the wall, which is a fantasy, but to get into the joint between two blocks and lever them apart. Over the whole thing goes a sloped wooden roof, so that anything dropped from above slides off, and the roof is hung with hides that have been soaked in water, because the defenders will absolutely try to set you on fire. On top, there is a little turret with an archer in it, whose entire job is to make the men on the parapet directly above keep their heads down for the next 4 hours. Tell me what profession built that. It is not soldiering. It is load-bearing and torque and materials and the behavior of wet leather in a fire. Assyria kept a permanent corps of military engineers inside the standing army, and the reason the ramp at Lachish is graded and compacted is that somebody in that corps knew what slope a wheeled tower can climb without tipping over backwards. There is a moment I cannot resist, from a campaign of Sargon II up into the mountains of Urartu. The ground got too steep and too broken for the chariots, and the chariots were the prestige arm of the whole army, the king's own. So they took them apart, and the soldiers carried them up the mountain on their backs and reassembled them on the other side. And then, this is the part, they went home and carved that on a palace wall. Not the battle, the carrying. I think about that carving a lot. A superpower that is proud of its logistics is a superpower that understands itself. Behind the ram and the chariot carriers, there is the least glamorous machinery in the ancient world. Donkeys and mules and camels, chosen because they go where carts cannot. Forward supply depots stocked along the routes before the army ever moves. Provisions requisitioned from whatever you conquered last year to fund whatever you conquer this year. That is the machine, not iron. Roads, food, engineers, and a hierarchy that could think in more than one place at the same time. Which brings me to the part nobody can avoid, and which I have been walking toward carefully because it is usually told badly. The Assyrian kings carved their own atrocities on the walls of their houses. Flayings, impalings, severed heads stacked into piles, prisoners led away past their own burning towns. Ashurbanipal boasted in writing that he cut the head off the king of Elam and displayed it at the gate of the inner city for the people of Assyria to see, and he was not confessing. He was advertising. The lazy reading of all this is sadism. I do not think sadism explains it, and I think the real explanation is colder and considerably more disturbing. Remember what I told you at the end of the last chapter, because everything here hangs off it. Ashur is not a god who lives in a city. Ashur is the city. The word is the same word. So the enlargement of Assyrian territory is not conquest, it is the enlargement of a god's estate, and refusing to expand is not restraint, it is dereliction of duty. Terror inside that frame is not cruelty, it is administration. Look at it as arithmetic, which is how they looked at it. You cannot garrison everywhere. You have a finite army and an infinite frontier. So you make one example so vivid, and you publicize it so thoroughly that the next 12 towns open their gates before you arrive, and every town that opens its gate is a siege you did not have to pay for. Terror was a substitute for troops. It was cheaper than occupation. And now the honest part, because there is a real fight among scholars here, and I am not going to flatten it for you. One camp says the horror was exaggerated. Royal inscriptions are among the least trustworthy documents in the ancient world, and pointedly, some of the most graphic texts were buried in foundations or set in rooms almost nobody ever entered. Their audience was the gods and future kings, not terrified vassals. The other camp answers, why would they invent it? The punishments fit what we know of the period, and the practice did exactly the political work it was designed to do. Both of those arguments are good, both. And I have come to think the question is slightly wrong. Whether the pile of heads was 14 or 40, a state that decided a pile of heads was the correct thing to put on the dining room wall has already told you everything you need to know about itself. The propaganda is not a screen standing in front of the policy. The propaganda is the policy. One honest thing before we move, because I promised you honesty more than I promised you a good story. They were not invincible, and you will meet people who talk as though they were. About 2,880 years ago, at a place called Karkar, 12 kingdoms put aside their loathing of each other and met the Assyrian army together, chariots out of Damascus, chariots out of Israel, infantry from Hamath, and a man named Jindabu who turned up with camels. The king claimed a great victory, as he would. The coalition was still intact for years afterwards, which is not what happens after a great victory. Sennacherib besieged Jerusalem and went home without it. Sargon II died in a skirmish in Anatolia, and his body was never recovered. So a self-declared king of the world went into the dark without his rights. A wound Assyria never stopped picking at. So that is the machine. But a machine that takes is not the same as a machine that holds, and the harder half of this is not a battlefield at all. It is a road and a family walking down it. There is a woman on a cart. I can describe her to you because the Assyrians carved her on the wall of a palace in a procession that runs on for meters. She is sitting up on a high-sided ox cart with her children around her, and there are bundles stacked behind them, and a man walks alongside with a sack over his shoulder. Ahead of them, more carts. Behind them, more carts, more bundles, more children. And here is the detail that took me a long time to absorb properly, because it is the opposite of what I expected. They are not in chains. There is no rope, no yoke, no coffle. There are guards, certainly, spaced along the column with spears. But the people on that road have their pots and their blankets and their animals and their families, and they are walking, and somewhere ahead of them there is a place the state has already chosen for them to live. This is deportation, Assyrian style, and I want to sit inside it for a while, because the horror of it is not the horror people expect, and that makes it very much harder to shake off. Tiglath-Pileser III, him again, turned forced resettlement from an occasional punishment into a standing instrument of government. Take a troublesome population out of its homeland, break it into pieces, and plant those pieces hundreds of miles away among strangers, next to a garrison. Then take somebody else's population and plant it in the land you emptied. Syrians into the Zagros mountains, Elamites toward the coast, Israelites into obscure corners of Upper Mesopotamia. Sargon II finished the siege of Samaria, moved out the population of the kingdom of Israel, and moved other people in. The state kept the numbers. 27,290 people from Samaria and its district, says the inscription, and I love that 90 on the end. That trailing precision is a bureaucracy talking, not a poet. Sennacherib claimed 46 cities taken in Judah and more than 200,000 people carried off. Be careful with me here. These are royal inscriptions. a genre with every incentive to inflate, and most scholars treat the very large figures as propaganda adjusted. But the smaller, odder numbers, the ones with a strange digit hanging off the end, tend to come out of administrative practice. Those are the ones that make my skin prickle. Because we also have the ration tablets, grain and oil issued to resettled populations, recorded by name and status and exact quantity, which means that somewhere in an office there was a man working out how much barley it takes to keep a deported family alive on the road. That is the horror. They fed them. They fed them because a dead deportee is a wasted asset, and the point of the exercise was never to destroy these people. It was to convert them from a nation which is dangerous into labor which is useful. You cannot rebel effectively when you are 400 miles from anyone who shares your grievance, and your grandmother's grave is in a country you will never see again. The policy did not want your death. It wanted your grandchildren to have no idea what they had been. What is not in dispute is the outcome, and the outcome is what eventually kills Assyria. Every column on every road was a debt being taken out. The interest ran for 150 years. One day somebody called it in. Now the god goes too. I told you, standing in Marduk's temple, that where this ends is worse than you think. Here it is. When Assyria broke a city, the statue of that city's god was very often loaded up and carried away to Assyria, and I need you to remember what we established together in Babylon. After the mouth-opening ritual, the god is not represented by the statue. The god is in the statue, so this is not looting a symbol. This is taking a divine person into custody. And they kept them, sometimes for decades. And sometimes, this is the detail that genuinely made me stop reading and stare at the wall. The statue was eventually sent home to its grateful city, restored and repaired, with an Assyrian inscription freshly cut into it. Think about what that says. Not, your God is dead. Your God is back, and he works for us now, and here is our name on him, and you may resume worship. It is exactly the move on the road. Do not destroy the thing, keep the thing and reinscribe it and hand it back changed. I told you we were not finished with the broken eye. We are 2 rungs up now. So, the empire is full of transplanted people who hate you, and repatriated gods with your name carved on them. How on earth do you actually run it? You run it with paper, except the paper is clay. There were no grand paved highways. That is a Roman picture, and it does not belong here. What Assyria built was a network of routes with relay stations along them and forts at the joints, so that a trusted courier changing animals could bring news from a distant frontier to Nineveh in a matter of days. Not in a single day, you will hear that claim, and it is nonsense, but in a few, which in a world where information traveled at the speed of a tired donkey was close enough to sorcery. One modern historian put it in a line I have never been able to improve on. The empire was not a spread of land, it was a network of communications between strongholds. And under the king, the provinces, each with a governor, a deputy, and a scribe. I want to stop and praise the deputy, which is the least romantic office in this entire episode, and one of the real reasons Assyria lasted. Every senior post had a designated second, so that illness, travel, or sudden death did not open a hole in the map. The empire assumed its own officials would drop dead and arranged to carry on regardless. That is an unglamorous kind of genius, and almost nobody had thought of it. We have their letters, thousands of them. Governors asking permission before moving troops. Governors reporting how much tribute came in. Governors squabbling about a disputed boundary. Governors writing in very carefully to mention that there is talk in the province and the king may wish to know. Read enough of them and you stop seeing an empire of lions and start seeing an empire of middle management, anxious about its paperwork. And now I have to keep a promise I made you a long time ago, and I have been waiting for this one. When we sat together in a courtroom in Hammurabi's Babylon, I asked you to remember that room, because I said that when we finally reached Assyria, it would change how you felt about Hammurabi. Here we are. We have Assyrian laws, and when you open them, the first shock is how familiar the machinery is. The same panel of respectable local men hearing a case, the same obsession with witnesses, the same oath sworn at the temple gate when the testimony runs out and only the gods can settle it, the same sealed clay envelope with the contract sitting inside it so that nobody can quietly alter the terms afterwards, that beautiful, paranoid, brilliant object we admired together. This is not a different legal tradition. It is the same tradition, inherited whole 5 centuries on. And then you read the penalties. Mutilation is routine, not exceptional, not reserved for treason, an ordinary sentencing option, cutting off a nose, an ear, a finger. Flogging by the score, and then forced labor for the king stacked on top of the flogging as a matter of course. And the laws concerning women are worse than anything we met in Babylon. A husband's authority over his wife's body, written down as very nearly absolute, penalties for women with no equivalent for men, and a statute regulating precisely which women must veil themselves in the street, with horrible things prescribed for a woman who veils above her station. I want to be careful because these law tablets are copies from a period somewhat earlier than the empire at its height, and scholars genuinely argue about how far they were living statute rather than a scholarly compilation kept for reference. Fine. Hold that caveat, it is a fair one. It does not touch the thing I actually want you to see, which is not a penalty at all. It is a temperament. Hammurabi's steel is full of hierarchy and full of cruelty, and I hid neither from you. But it also carries, at the top and at the bottom, a claim that the point of law is that the strong shall not oppress the weak, that the widow and the orphan have somewhere to go. You may think that claim was hypocrisy. I think it was probably about half hypocrisy. But somebody thought it was necessary to say. In the Assyrian laws, that voice is gone. There is no widow at the door. There is no protection offered, no justification attempted, no God invoked to explain why the powerful ought to restrain themselves. There is procedure, and there is punishment, and the space between them where the excuse used to live is simply empty. It is the same legal mind. Somebody has filed the mercy off it. And do you remember the constable standing in the tavern doorway in Babylon, because the law required the tavern keeper to report conspirators drinking in her back room? I asked you then to notice that the state had reached all the way into a bar. Assyria did not need to reach into the bar. Assyria had already moved the drinkers 400 miles and issued them barley. So that is how you hold what you have taken. Roads, relays, deputies, ration lists, and the patient, systematic, meticulously documented dismantling of the idea that anybody belongs anywhere. And the astonishing thing, the thing I still cannot quite get over, is that the man who inherited this machine at its absolute height, the most powerful human being alive, with the whole apparatus of terror and paperwork lying in his hand, spent an enormous portion of his life and his treasury on something else entirely. He collected books. Chapter 14. The King Who Could Read. At the bottom of the tablet, after the text is finished, there is a paragraph in smaller writing. It gives the name of the series this tablet belongs to. It gives the number of this tablet within that series, the 4th of 9, say, and the number of lines it contains, so that a checker can count them and know at once whether anything has been lost. It names the older manuscript it was copied from and where that manuscript came from. It names the man who wrote it. Very often it ends with a curse on anyone who alters, defaces, or removes the tablet, which is the ancient world's way of saying, please return your library books. This little block of text is called a colophon, and I want to be honest with you. The first time I properly understood what a colophon does, I laughed out loud. Because that is a catalog entry, that is metadata. Series, volume, extent, source, scribe, shelf. 2,500 years before any European monastery managed anything comparable. Somebody in northern Iraq had worked out that a collection of knowledge is useless unless every single item in it can tell you what it is and where it belongs. And the reason those colophons became standardized, turned from a scribal habit into an institution with rules, is a man called Ashurbanipal, who ruled Assyria at its absolute peak, and who is the only king in this entire episode I would genuinely like to have dinner with, while being fairly sure I would want to leave early. Start with the strangest fact about him, which is that he could read. I know how that sounds, but go back to the tablet house with me, to the 12-year-old boy with the wobbling hand and the man with the stick, and remember what literacy cost in this world. A decade of your childhood, hundreds of signs, 2 languages, one of them dead. Kings did not do that. Kings had scribes exactly so that they would not have to do that. Reading was a technical trade, like metalwork, and a king no more read his own letters than he shod his own horses. Ashurbanipal was trained as a warrior and as a scholar, both, and he never got over how pleased he was about it. He says so on his own tablets, in a boast I find both insufferable and completely endearing. That he read the clever hidden knowledge that the wise men have, that he mastered the scribal arts, that he could read the inscriptions on stone from before the flood. There is a real man audible in that sentence, and he is showing off in the specific way that only someone who was genuinely good at school ever shows off. He also, before he was king, ran his father's intelligence service. I want to put those 2 facts next to each other, because when you do, the library stops being a charming hobby and becomes something much more interesting. This is a man whose formative professional experience was collecting reports from agents, correlating them, and telling the throne what was actually happening in a distant province. Gathering information, sorting it, knowing where it is filed. And then he became king, and he applied that exact instinct to everything that had ever been written. The library at Nineveh held something over 30,000 tablets and fragments, and I should say straight away, because you will see the tidy version everywhere, that it was never one grand room with shelves. The material was spread across several buildings. His own palace, the North Palace, spaces near the temples, not a hall, a collection in a citadel. And what did he do to build it? He wrote to cities all over Mesopotamia and demanded their texts. We have letters. Go to the houses of the scholars, find the tablets, take the rare ones, the ones we do not have copies of here, and send them to me. Do not let anyone withhold a tablet. Babylonian temple archives were stripped. And when his armies went into Babylonia, Babylonian scribes came back to Nineveh with the tablets, to sit in Assyrian rooms and copy out the learning of the south for an Assyrian king. Do you see it? Do you see that it is the same move again? He is doing to knowledge exactly what his grandfather did to the gods and to the villages. Do not destroy the thing. Take the thing and bring it home and put your name at the bottom of it. Rung 3. That family on the ox cart and the tablet with the royal colophon are the same policy, executed on different material. And what he assembled with it is, I think, the most extraordinary object in this whole episode. Omen collections, thousands upon thousands of them, because if the gods write the future in the sky, and the liver then a complete file of every sign ever recorded, is a strategic asset. A medical encyclopedia, symptom by symptom, diagnosis by diagnosis, which is the most organized body of medicine anywhere on Earth until the Greeks come along centuries later. Mathematical tables. Astronomical observations on little palm-sized tablets flagged for the king's attention. A comet, an eclipse, a planet somewhere it should not be. hymns and rituals, letters and contracts and legal precedent, lexical lists, bilingual texts with a dead language down one column and its translation down the other. And Gilgamesh, our Gilgamesh, the 12 tablets that George Smith would one day pull out of a heap in London and start unbuttoning his collar over, those came out of this building, from this man's collecting. All of it from every corner of the known world, from Sumerian and Hittite and Aramaic-speaking provinces, and from cities that had hated Assyria for 200 years, catalogued and copied and standardized into a single system in one language. In Akkadian, of course. I told you hours ago that I would keep saying that until it landed properly. Here is where I think it lands. Assyria conquered with rams and ramps. But the thing Assyria used to hold the world's knowledge together was not Assyrian in any meaningful sense. It was the language of a dead empire, borrowed by everybody, and by now so completely everybody's that a king in Nineveh could requisition a text from Babylon and never once wonder whether he would be able to read it. Armies need a supply chain. Knowledge needs a shared alphabet of the mind. Akkadian was it. And on his inscriptions, Ashurbanipal calls himself king of the world and king of the four quarters. There it is again, the third owner of that title, and every one of them so far has been certain that he is the one who gets to keep it. But notice what this owner has added to the job description. Sargon of Akkad claimed the four quarters as territory. Hammurabi claimed them as jurisdiction. Ashurbanipal wants the four quarters books. He has understood something the others did not, that you have not really taken a place until you have taken what it knows. Now I promised you honesty, and there are two things I have to correct before you fall too much in love with him. The first is that he did not write these texts, and he did not read most of them, whatever the boasting says. He commissioned, commanded, and confiscated. Buying a very good library is not the same act as absorbing it, as anybody with too many unread shelves can tell you. The second is darker, and it goes back to a thread I set up long ago, when I told you that these were people who did not believe the world was safe and never would be. Look again at what is actually in there. The single largest category is omens, thousands of tablets of if this, then that. If an eclipse darkens from the center all at once, a king will die. If the moon eclipses in a certain month, the king will die. And beside them, the reports coming in from working astrologers, and the king writing back, and the anxious scholarly correspondence about whether a particular sign has been correctly interpreted and held lightly, because our evidence for it is patchy and scholars argue about how routine it ever was, the practice of the substitute king, where a condemned man was dressed in the royal robes to absorb the fatal omen and then killed, so that the real one could come back to the throne. This is not the library of a confident man. It is the reference collection of somebody who has read every warning ever recorded and is still not sure he has read enough. He owns the world, and he is checking the sky at night in case it has an opinion. I find that almost unbearably human, and I find it a little pitiable in the most powerful person alive. There is one more thing, and I have made you wait a very long time for it. Way back at the beginning, when we were following Layard's diggers into a burnt-out room at Nineveh, I told you that the tablets came out of that fire, and I asked you to hold on to that. Then, in Mari, when Hammurabi burned Zimrilim's palace and thereby handed us the finest archive of the age, I told you the idea was coming back with a name attached, in a much bigger room, in a much worse fire, and I deliberately refused to name it. I am naming it now. Clay does not burn, clay bakes. An unbaked tablet is a soft, chalky, perishable thing. Leave it in wet ground for a few centuries, and it goes back to being mud, which is what happened to most of the writing ever done in Mesopotamia. But put that same tablet in a burning building, in a room where the cedar roof beams have come down, and the temperature is climbing past anything a kiln would give it. and the clay hardens, and it fires, and it becomes almost immortal. Everything I have just described to you, the medical encyclopedia, the Omen series, the colophons, the flood, Gilgamesh looking at the wall of Uruk, survives because Nineveh was destroyed. The fire was the librarian. Not the king, not the scholars he pressed into service, not the standardized colophons, not the 30,000 tablets carefully placed in the citadel. Those preserved nothing. The library Ashurbanipal built was going to rot exactly like every other library of the ancient world, quietly and completely, and the only reason a single word of it reached us is that his empire ended in flames hot enough to bake it. He is going to die in his bed at the top of the world, and inside 20 years, everything he owns will be smoke. Let me take you to the worst summer in Assyrian history. Chapter 15, 612. The document that tells us what happened is boring, and that is what makes it unbearable. It is a clay tablet, one of the Babylonian chronicles, and it has the tone of a ledger. From the month Samanu until the month Abu, for 3 months, they subjected the city to a heavy siege. Then, a few lines later, they inflicted a major defeat upon a great people. At that time, the king of Assyria died. And then, they carried off the vast booty of the city and of the temple and turned the city into a ruin heap. No gloating, no adjectives. A great people, a heavy siege, a ruin heap, a date, the way you would record a shipment of barley. That summer, in the year we call 612 before our era, just over 2,600 years ago, is the end of Assyria. And what I want to do in this chapter is not simply tell you that it fell, but make you feel how fast, because the speed is the astonishing thing, and it is the thing our whole journey has been building toward. Ashurbanipal died in his bed as the master of an empire that reached from the Gulf to the Nile, the first state in history to hold Egypt and Mesopotamia at the same time. And here is a small honesty that I enjoy. I cannot tell you exactly when he died. Some of my sources say 27 years before the fall, some say 31, and the reason is that the last years of his reign are a genuine mess in the record. That is not a failure of my homework. It is a real gap, and I would rather show it to you than pretend to a precision nobody has. Take the earlier of those dates, 19 years. 19 years from the greatest library and the largest empire on earth to a burnt hill nobody would ever live on again. How? There are 3 explanations, and I want to give all 3 properly, because this is exactly the sort of collapse that gets flattened into a single cause by whoever is telling it. The first is succession. Ashurbanipal's heirs fought each other. The Assyrian throne had always run on the personal authority of a terrifying man, and terrifying men are not reliably followed by terrifying men. A machine this centralized has a single point of failure at the top, and the top failed. The second is money. Look back at what we built in the last 2 chapters and add up the running costs. A standing professional army, paid year-round. Garrisons, engineers, relay stations, roads, forts, governors, deputies, scribes, ration lists, and gigantic palaces going up faster than any of them could be paid for. That machine ran on tribute and plunder, which means it required continuous successful expansion just to stand still. The moment the frontier stops moving outward, the arithmetic goes bad, and by this point the frontier had run out of cheap places to go. The third is the debt I told you about on the road, a century and a half of deportations. Every uprooted community, every reinscribed god, every town made an example of, was a grievance stored somewhere in the empire with interest accruing. Fear works beautifully right up until the day people stop being afraid, and then all of it arrives at once, everywhere, in the same year. Which of the 3? All 3. And I want to say plainly that historians do not agree on the weighting, and that anyone who tells you confidently which one was decisive is telling you about their own temperament rather than about Assyria. The men who did it were a Babylonian and a Mede. Nabopolassar, a Babylonian of Chaldean background, rose in the south and did something no Babylonian rebel had ever managed. He lasted, and he understood with real clarity that Babylon alone could not beat Assyria. So he went looking for a partner and found Cyaxares, king of the Medes, out on the Iranian plateau, and the alliance was sealed the way these things were sealed, with a marriage, Nabopolassar's son taking a Median princess. Remember her. She becomes the pivot of one of the most famous stories in the ancient world, and we will get to it. Then, 2 years before Nineveh, the Medes did something I find almost theologically shocking. They came south, feinted at Nineveh to draw the Assyrian king out, then swung north and fell on Ashur, the old capital, the rock above the Tigris, the city that is the god and the god that is the city. They sacked it, massacred the people, and destroyed the temples. Stop and think about what that means inside Assyrian heads. Not a defeat, not even a catastrophe. Ashur is Asher. If the estate of the god can be burned, then either the god is not what you said he was, or the god has finished with you. 2 centuries of theology had told these people that their expansion was worship, and their empire was a divine garden, and the garden had just been plowed under while their army watched the wrong horizon. I do not think the soldiers who defended Nineveh 2 years later were the same men. The Babylonians arrived too late for Ashur and joined for the main event. May to August, 3 months of siege. Nineveh had walls that ran for miles and a population well over 100,000, and a 3-month siege is not a long one by ancient standards, which tells you that this city did not fall because the engineering beat it. It fell because there was nothing left inside it to hold. Most scholars think Assyrian morale had broken before the first spade went into the ground. The walls came down in August. Sin-shar-ishkun, the last king to rule from Nineveh, died in the ruin of it. There is a tradition that he burned himself alive in his own palace rather than be taken, and I want to be straight that this is a tradition rather than a documented fact. The chronicle says only that he died, but the palaces certainly burned. And now I have to keep the promise I made you in the very first minutes of this episode. I told you about a head, a bronze head from Nineveh, life-size, cast with a craftsmanship nobody would match for 1,000 years, with a beard laid out in tight curls, and a left eye that has been hacked out of the socket, and a cutaway ear and a battered nose. I told you the damage was not accidental, because time does not aim. And I promised you that by the time we got here, you would know exactly why somebody bothered to blind a piece of metal. And later, in Marduk's temple, I told you that where we ended up would be worse than you think. Here it is. When the victors got into the palaces of Nineveh and Nimrud, they did not simply burn them, though they did that. They went along the carved stone walls, those enormous relief panels, the king hunting lions, the king receiving tribute, the king enthroned while the booty of Lachish passes before him, and they took a chisel to the faces. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the hands, over and over, on figure after figure, in room after room. In some cases, you can see that someone stood in front of a wall of carved Assyrians and went down the line doing it. And here is why it is worse than you think. If your aim were destruction, you would smash the panel. It is stone, it breaks. You would knock the head off the statue and go home. Nobody did that. They left the image standing. Because remember what we learned in Babylon. The image is not a picture of the person. After the ritual, the image is where the person is, which means that if you break the whole thing, the god or the king simply goes elsewhere, but if you leave it standing and take out the eyes, you have made something that is still present and cannot see. Take the ears, and it cannot hear the prayers said for it. Take the nose, and it cannot smell the offerings. Take the hands, and it cannot receive them. and it cannot act. They did not want that king gone, they wanted him left there. Blind, deaf, unfed, and unable to lift a hand for as long as the bronze lasted. That is a sentence. That is not vandalism, it is a punishment, and it was designed to run forever. And the final, appalling elegance of it is that Assyria taught the world this. Assyria took the gods of other cities into custody and cut its own name into them. Assyria understood better than anybody that an image is a live thing and can therefore be tortured. And in the year 612, people who had learned that lesson from the inside came into Nineveh and applied it to the men who taught it. So whose head is it? We do not know, and after everything I have told you, I have come to think the anonymity is right. Sargon, some say. Naram-Sin, say others, which would make it 1,000 years older. There is a good case and a bad case for each. What is certain is that somebody with a blade stood over that beautiful face and knew precisely what he was doing and took the eye. It is not finished. Ashurbanipal, the last claimant, retreated west to Haran and held on for a few years, and this is one of those details that shows you how completely the world had turned over. The pharaoh of Egypt marched up to help him. Egypt, which Assyria had invaded and sacked, now propping Assyria up, because the Egyptians had done the arithmetic and decided a dying Assyria was better than a rising Babylon. It did not work. Haran fell. Ashurbanipal walks out of the Chronicles mid-sentence and is never mentioned again. Within 4 years of that summer, Assyria was not a defeated power. It was not a power at all. There was no rump kingdom, no exile court, no reconquest a generation later. Nineveh was never resettled. The largest city in the world became a hill with grass on it and stayed a hill for 2,500 years, and when the prophet Nahum wrote his gloating little poem about its fall, half the ancient world read it and agreed. Nobody has ever managed to hold it. Not Sargon, not Naram-Sin, not Hammurabi, not the machine. 3 generations every time. And in the wreckage, the thing I promised you. Under the collapsed roof beams of that palace, in a fire that had nothing on its mind but obliteration, 30,000 clay tablets were baking. The medical encyclopedia, the omens, the colophons, the flood, Gilgamesh sitting down at the end of the world to look at a wall. The library survived because the library was destroyed. The fire was the librarian. I have been carrying that paradox since our 2nd chapter, and I still do not know what to do with it, except to say this. The most brutal state the ancient world had yet produced spent 2 centuries making itself unforgettable through terror, and utterly failed, and then accidentally made itself unforgettable by burning down on top of its own paperwork. The king's hand on the mace, the scribe's hand on the stylus. I asked you a long time ago which one you thought would win. Now south, because the man whose father broke Nineveh is about to inherit everything, and he is going to spend it on the most beautiful city anyone had ever seen, in blue. Chapter 16, The Blue Gate. Blue. I want you to start with nothing but the color, because the color is what a traveler coming up the road actually met first, long before they could make out a shape, a wall of blue. And it is the wrong blue for this country, deeper than the sky, closer to the color of deep water or of lapis lazuli hauled 1,000 miles over the mountains. It does not fade in the sun. It does not run in the rain, because it is not paint. It is glass. Somebody took the same river mud we have been handling for this entire episode, the mud that becomes brick and becomes mud again, and molded it, and coated it in a glaze of silica and cobalt and copper, and fired it until the surface turned to glass. And then did it again, and again, hundreds of thousands of times, and onto the blue in yellow and brown and white, at roughly life size, they set animals. Bulls' heads lowered, lions walking, and a creature that is, I admit it freely, my favorite monster in the ancient world, a long scaled body, the forelegs of a lion, the hind feet of a bird of prey, a horned serpent's head, a forked tongue. The Babylonians called it the Mashhashu, and it belonged to Marduk. There are something like 575 of these animals on the gate itself, in 13 rows, and another 120 lions pacing along the road that leads up to it. That road is called the Processional Way. It runs more than half a mile, about 70 feet wide, paved in stone and brick, and its walls stand 15 meters high on both sides. Which means that once you are on it, you cannot see the city, you cannot see the fields, you cannot see the river. You can see blue walls, gold lions at the height of your ribs, and a gate at the end getting slowly, slowly larger. I want to be honest about what that is. That is not decoration. That is a machine. It has exactly one job, and the job is to do something to the inside of your head before you have met anybody important. And here is why I love arriving at this city at this exact point in our journey. We have just spent 3 chapters in Assyria, where the state made its argument on palace walls in flayed skin and impaled bodies and heaped heads. Babylon makes the identical argument, this is larger than you, submit, and makes it in glazed lions. Both of them are propaganda. Only one of them is a place you would like to walk through. So, the man who paid for it. His father was Nabopolassar, the Chaldean rebel who took Nineveh with the Medes. In the early summer of the year we call 605 before the Common Era, Nabopolassar was old and ill, and he sent his son north instead, a man of about 30, to deal with what was left of the world. At Carchemish on the Euphrates, that son destroyed the Assyrian remnant and the Egyptian army of Pharaoh Necho in a single campaign, then chased the survivors south and cut them apart at Hamath. It was total, and in the middle of the mopping up, a courier reached him with the news that his father had died in Babylon. He was on the throne within 3 weeks, unopposed. His name was Nebuchadnezzar. He would rule for 43 years, and he would spend almost none of that time doing what Assyrian kings did. That is the thing about him I did not expect the first time I read his inscriptions properly. He conquered, yes, we will get to Jerusalem, and it is not pretty. But when this man writes about himself, he does not write about conquest. He writes about buildings, temples, gates, canals, roofs, drains. He rebuilt 13 cities. One estimate has him using 15 million bricks on Babylon alone, and I would not defend that number to the last brick, but the scale is right. And here is the detail I genuinely adore. Enormous numbers of those bricks are stamped with his name and his titles, pressed into the clay before firing, and they were laid face down. A workman would take a brick with the king's name on it, turn it over, bed it in bitumen, and cover it forever. He wrote his name 1,000,000 times in a place where no living human being would ever read it. He was not writing to us. He was writing to the gods, and to whatever future King dug down into his foundations. But it was us who dug. Robert Colby's German expedition worked Babylon from 1899 to 1917 and pulled the Ishtar gate out of the ground in tens of thousands of glazed fragments, and it stands reassembled today in a museum in Berlin, where you can walk up the processional way in a heated room in Northern Europe. I am not going to tidy that fact away. It is a real part of how this civilization reached you. Now our title. Keep your ear open for it, I said hours ago. Sargon of Akkad claimed the 4 quarters as territory. Hammurabi claimed them as jurisdiction. Ashurbanipal wanted the 4 quarters books. Nebuchadnezzar is our 4th owner, and he is the strangest of the 4 because he barely says the words. His favorite way to describe himself is simply King of Babylon, the provider for the temple, the one who cares for Esagila. But listen to what he asks Marduk for. May the house that I have built endure forever, he prays, and receive therein the tribute of the kings of all regions. Do you hear the move? He is not claiming to hold the 4 quarters. He is building the room the 4 quarters have to walk into. Sargon went out to the edges of the world. Nebuchadnezzar makes the edges of the world come to him, up a blue corridor, past 120 lions at the pace he has chosen. It is the same appetite as the mace and the standing army converted into architecture. He is the last king in this story ever to own that title. Babylon has fewer than 90 years left. Let me take you inside, because I promised you a long way back that we would climb the great ziggurat when we got to the Blue Gate. Its name is Etemenanki, the house of the foundation of heaven and earth. Nabopolassar began the restoration, his son finished it, and the work is said to have taken 43 years, 7 levels, about 91 meters high on a base 91 meters square, 4 times the height of an ordinary Mesopotamian ziggurat, standing over a flat city on a flat plain, with a small blue-glazed temple on the summit that almost nobody was ever permitted to enter. And yes, this is almost certainly the tower behind the Tower of Babel, but be careful with that, because the popular version has it backwards in 2 directions. Etemenanki was not raised in defiance of heaven, it was raised as a service to heaven, a staircase so that a god could come down comfortably. And it was not struck unfinished and abandoned in a babel of tongues. It was completed. It was used for generations in the most important festival of the Babylonian year. The tower is history. The punishment is theology, written by people who had walked around a foreign megastructure and drawn a moral from it. What is left of it is a hole. Later kings and later farmers robbed the baked brick for 2,000 years, and the pit filled with groundwater, and from a satellite you can see a dark square about 90 meters on a side. The tallest building in the world for a while is now a pond. The walls got a far more generous treatment from Herodotus, who has them 10 times too high and pierced by 100 gates of solid bronze. He almost certainly never went to Babylon. But I do not think that makes his numbers worthless, and here is how I would ask you to hold them. An exaggeration is a measurement of something. It is not a measurement of the wall. It is a measurement of the ore. Which brings me to the garden. I asked you at the end of our last chapter to remember a woman called Amytis. She was a Median princess, and she was married to Nebuchadnezzar around the time his father and hers were carving up Assyria between them, the marriage that sealed the alliance that killed Nineveh. She came from mountains, green ones, cold at night, with streams in them. And she came to live on a hot, flat, treeless flood plain in a city of mud brick, where the horizon is a straight line in every direction. And the legend, told properly at full length, because it is one of the loveliest things human beings have ever invented, is that her husband, who could do anything, could do nothing about that. So he built her a mountain, terrace above terrace, planted with full-grown trees, hanging above the roofs of the city, watered by some engine hauling the Euphrates up into the air, so that a homesick woman could climb out of Babylon and stand in a wood. I am now going to be straight with you, and it costs me something. There is no Babylonian text that mentions the hanging gardens, not one. And remember what kind of writer this king was, a man who inscribed the specifications of his drainage. He describes his gates, his roofs, his canals, the gold on his walls. He never once mentions a garden. No excavation since 1899 has found them. Coldwe thought he had them, a vaulted substructure near the palace with a network of wells, and most scholars now think that building was a warehouse. Every detailed description we possess was written by a Greek or a Roman centuries later, quoting books that no longer exist. So there is a serious case that the gardens are a Hellenistic daydream, grown out of an ordinary palace garden by writers who had never been there. And there is a second case, argued most fully by the Oxford Assyriologist Stephanie Daly, which I find genuinely thrilling, that the gardens were entirely real and were built about a century earlier and were in the wrong city. Sennacherib of Assyria at Nineveh left inscriptions describing an extraordinary terraced garden beside his palace without rival, fed by 80 kilometers of canals and aqueducts hauled down out of the hills. And there are reliefs showing it, trees on terraces, water running through. That is a minority view, not a settled one. But if Dali is right, the last missing wonder of the ancient world is not missing at all. It is filed under the wrong king in a city we have already watched burn. And yet, here is what the legend still proves, and it is why I refuse to be sour about it. Queens vanish from this history. We have tens of thousands of tablets from Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon, and they are full of barley receipts and temple rosters and the names of men. But 2,500 years later, in a language Amity's never heard of, on a continent she did not know existed, people who could not name a single Babylonian official can tell you that a king built a garden for his wife because she missed her mountains. The gardens may be a fiction, Amity's was not. I have to give you the other half of this reign, because it is how most people in the world first hear his name. Judah rebelled twice. The first time, in the spring of the year we call 597, he took Jerusalem and deported its king, its nobility, its army commanders, and the Babylonian scribe is very specific about this, its craftsmen and its smiths. 10 years later, when it rebelled again, he destroyed the city and the temple and deported a substantial part of the population into Babylonia. It was not personal malice. It was the standard imperial policy we watched Assyria perfect. Do not destroy the people, convert them. And it did what deportation always did in this part of the world, which is never what the policy intended. Sitting in Babylonia, that community held together and remembered and argued and wrote. Some of the most consequential religious literature ever produced by human beings comes out of that exile. The empire moved a nation 500 miles in order to dissolve it and handed it a library instead. The word outlives the wall. I keep finding it in places I did not put it. Nebuchadnezzar died after 43 years, in the year 562, in his gold-lined palace, in the largest and richest city on earth. Within 6 years, the throne had passed through 3 men and been seized by a 4th, who was not of the royal house at all. You may have heard that Nebuchadnezzar went mad, that he crawled on all 4s and ate grass for 7 years. Hold on to that, because no Babylonian source says anything of the kind, and I am fairly convinced that story does not belong to him. It belongs to the man who took the throne next. He is the strangest human being in this entire episode, and I have been waiting 17 chapters to introduce you to him, because he did something no king had ever done. He went digging. Chapter 17. The King Who Dug. Down in a trench in the temple of the sun god at Sippar, 18 cubits below the floor, a man's hands are brushing dirt off a stone. He is not a laborer, he is the king of Babylon. He ordered this hole dug, he has come down into it himself, and what he has found at the bottom is exactly what he was hoping for. The foundation deposit of an earlier king laid when the temple was first built. A stone with a name on it. And the name is Naram-Sin, our god-king, the one in the horned helmet on the mountainside, the one whose portrait may or may not be the blinded bronze head I put into your hands at the very beginning of this journey. And then this king does something that, so far as anyone can tell, no human being had ever done before. He works out how old it is. Not long ago, not in the days of the ancestors, he puts a number on it. 3,200 years, he says, before my own reign, and he is wrong out by something like 1,500 years, and wrong in the direction every enthusiastic antiquarian has been wrong ever since, which is to say he made it older than it was. But look at what has just happened. Somebody has dug a hole on purpose, in a place chosen on purpose, found an object, identified whose it was, and attempted to date it. His name is Nabonidus. He is the last native king Mesopotamia will ever have, and I am extremely fond of him. He came to the throne in the year 556, at the end of a very ugly stretch of palace politics, 3 kings in 6 years, one of them a boy who was murdered, and he was not of Nebuchadnezzar's family. He may have been an official, a courtier, a man carried upward by a coup he did not start. He left behind around 3,000 inscriptions, more than any other Neo-Babylonian king, and almost none of them are about battles. To understand him, you have to meet his mother, and I insist on this, because she is one of my favorite people in the entire ancient record. Her name was Adad Guppy, and we have her funerary inscription from Haran, written in the first person, as though she is speaking at her own funeral. She was a devotee of the moon god Sin. She lived, she says, 104 years. She names the kings she outlived, one after another, beginning with Ashurbanipal. She was a girl when Nineveh still ruled the world, and she lived to see her own son crowned in Babylon. And what she asks of him in that text is that he restore the moon god's ruined temple at Haran, which the Medes had wrecked. Her son spent his reign doing precisely that. I do not think you can read his life without reading his mother's stele first. And this is where a devoted son became a political catastrophe. Babylon's god was Marduk, and Marduk's priesthood at Esagila was the wealthiest and most powerful institution in the empire, and Nabonidus kept promoting the moon. He rebuilt Sin's temples. He wrote Sin into the top of his inscriptions. He behaved, in the priesthood's telling, like a man who had stopped believing that Babylon's god was the point of Babylon. And then he left. For roughly 10 years, the king of Babylon lived in an oasis called Tama in the deserts of northwestern Arabia, several hundred miles from his own capital, with his son Belshazzar left behind as regent in the city. Nobody knows why, not really. The oasis sat on the incense and gold roots, so there is a hard-headed commercial explanation. There is a religious one, that he went where the moon cult was strong. There is an Excel explanation that Babylon's establishment had made his life impossible. And there is the explanation his enemies preferred, which is that he had lost his mind. Now watch what that absence did, because this is the deepest loop of our whole episode closing. In Babylon, the new year could not begin without the king. At the Akitu festival, the king had to come to Esagila and take Marduk by the hands physically and be struck in the face by the high priest and be reinstalled by the god. No king, no ceremony. And the Babylonian chronicle for those years records it flatly, year after year, in the voice of a coroner. The king did not come to Babylon. The god did not go out. The Akitu festival did not take place. For 10 years, the most anxious civilization that has ever existed could not start its own year. I told you a long way back that these were people who read the sky for warnings because they believed the world was not safe and never would be, and had to be rewon annually. This is the place where that belief and its own machinery finally break each other. And I want to be fair to Nabonidus, because the sources that call him mad are not neutral. Our most vivid account of his impiety is a text scholars call the verse account, and it was written after his fall under Persian patronage by people with every possible motive to explain why heaven had preferred somebody else. It is a hit piece, a gorgeous, vicious hit piece. There is one more twist, and it is the sort of thing that makes me sit up straight. Among the Dead Sea Scrolls at Qumran, there is a fragmentary Jewish text called the Prayer of Nabonidus, in which a king of Babylon of that name is afflicted with a terrible illness for 7 years while he is at Tama, and is healed after turning to the God of the Jews. 7 years, a king of Babylon, an affliction in a far-off place. And in the book of Daniel, a strikingly similar story is told about Nebuchadnezzar. Most scholars think the older tradition belonged to Nabonidus and drifted, over generations of retelling, onto the more famous name. I want to label that carefully. It is a strong and widely held inference, not a proven fact. But if it is right, then the maddest king in popular memory never existed at all. He was assembled out of a bookish recluse in an Arabian oasis and a builder who happened to burn Jerusalem. Now let me take you to the loveliest thing Nabonidus did, which happened at Ur. He revived an office that had stood vacant for centuries, the high priestess of the moon god at Ur, and installed his own daughter in it. Her name was Enigaldinana. To do it properly, he had to reconstruct rites that nobody had performed in living memory, which meant reading very old tablets and copying very old practice. And that office, as it happens, is the one Sargon of Akkad invented for his daughter Enheduanna 1700 years earlier. The first named author in human history. I asked you not to forget her. The tradition she began ends here with another king's daughter in the last generation of Mesopotamian independence. And in 1925, Leonard Woolley, excavating Ur, dug into a room in Enigaldi's complex and found something he could not immediately explain. A collection of objects laid out together, none of which belonged to that period. A carved boundary stone from the Kassite centuries, and there they are again, our quiet custodians, still holding the door. Part of a statue of Shulgi, the running king, already 1500 years old when she was born. A clay cone from Lhasa. Objects spanning 16 centuries, gathered into one room. And with them, a small clay cylinder, inscribed in several columns, in different scripts, describing the objects and saying whose they had been. Woolley called it a museum, and the cylinder a museum label, and that is what they are usually called now. I have to flag honestly that the word is his and it is debated. The collection may have been a temple's own hoard of holy antiquities or teaching material, or a priestess's working reference library for reconstructing rituals nobody remembered. Take your pick. I do not think we can settle it. But whichever it was, somebody in the 6th century before the Common Era looked at objects out of the deep past, understood that a visitor would not know what they were, and wrote a card explaining them. In a civilization terrified of the future, in a family in love with the past, a woman labeled the exhibits. And then the future arrived from the east, while the king was underground. In the autumn of the year 539, Cyrus of Persia came down the Tigris. Nabonidus was home by then. At Opis, the Babylonian field army was beaten. Sippar fell without a fight. And on the 12th of October, Cyrus's general, a man named Ugbaru, walked into Babylon, and the contemporary Babylonian chronicle says, in so many words, that the city was entered without battle. Cyrus himself arrived 17 days later, and the chronicle says green branches were spread in front of him. Herodotus tells it far better, of course. He says the Persians diverted the Euphrates upstream, dropped the river to thigh height, and waded into the city along the riverbed at night, while Babylon was distracted by a festival. Xenophon has his own version, and the book of Daniel gives us the greatest version of all. Belshazzar's feast, the drinking from the looted temple vessels, and the fingers of a human hand writing on the plaster of the wall. Here is my honest reading. The chronicle is Babylonian, contemporary, and dull contemporary sources are usually right. The city was handed over. The Marduk priesthood had a king who had not come home for a decade and a Persian who was promising to restart the festival, and they made a business decision. But I want to protect you in both directions because there is a real sting in the tale of this one. Belshazzar appears nowhere in Greek history. For a long time, he was the standard example of the Bible inventing a king out of nothing, until cuneiform tablets surfaced naming him as the son of Nabonidus, left in charge in Babylon. The feast is literature. The man at the feast is real. Both of those are true at once, and I find that far more interesting than either side of the argument would like it to be. And Cyrus, having taken the greatest city in the world, did the cleverest thing anybody does in this entire episode. He commissioned a cylinder. On it, Marduk himself scours the world for a righteous prince, finds Cyrus of Anshan, takes him by the hand, and orders him to march on Babylon, and makes him enter his city Babylon without fighting or battle, and saves Babylon from hardship. My vast army marched into Babylon in peace, it says. I did not permit anyone to frighten the people. The Persian conqueror is announcing himself in the theology, the vocabulary, and the writing system of the conquered. Not one syllable of it is in Persian. That is how the last native dynasty of Mesopotamia ends, not with a burning palace, with a press release. Nabonidus disappears. One tradition says Cyrus spared him and sent him east to be a governor in Carmania. Another says he died soon afterwards. I cannot tell you which, and I am not going to invent an ending for a man who spent his whole life digging for reliable information about the past. 87 years, that is what Babylon got, from Nabopolassar's rebellion to Cyrus's green branches. Sargon's Akkad managed about a century and a half. Hammurabi's dynasty broke within 2 generations of his death. Assyria's world empire ran, at full stretch, for less than 100 years and then went up in 3 months. Nobody ever held it, not one of them. And the last man to sit on that throne spent his reign at the bottom of a hole, brushing dirt off the name of the first man who tried. But we are not finished, and I need you to understand why, because the empire ends here and the civilization does not. Cyrus does not burn Babylon. The temples keep operating. The schools keep teaching. And for another 600 years, in the ruins of what had been the greatest city on earth, people go on pressing reeds into clay. Right up until the last one. Chapter 18, The Last Tablet. It is a small tablet. You could hold it in one hand. It is not beautiful, and nothing about it is dramatic. It comes from Uruk, and it was written in the year we would call 75 of the Common Era, which is to say, while the Colosseum was going up in Rome. On it, a scribe has set down an almanac for the coming year, where the planets will be month by month, when the solstices fall, which eclipses to expect. Ordinary professional work of the kind his teacher's teacher's teacher did. It is, as far as anyone has yet found, the last cuneiform tablet. 3,000 years of continuous writing, the receipts, the school exercises, the law codes, the letters between kings, the hymns, the omens, the poem about a man who could not accept that his friend had died, and it stops. Not with a burning, not with a decree, with a routine sky forecast filed by a professional for a year that was going to arrive whether or not anybody wrote it down. And here is the part that undoes me. Nobody knew. There is nothing on that tablet that says goodbye. The man who wrote it fully expected to write another one next year. So what killed it? I promised you, back when Assyria was waking up, that I would leave something with you and collect it right at the end of our journey. Here it is. Cuneiform did not lose a war. Cuneiform was undercut. Somewhere in the Levant, people had worked out that you did not need 600 signs. You needed about 22. You did not need to know which sign meant a whole word, and which meant a syllable, and which was a silent marker telling you that the next word was a kind of wood. You needed 22 letters and a rule for stringing them together, and you did not need clay and a reed and a kiln. You needed ink and a scrap of parchment, and you could write it lying down, in the dark, in a hurry, on the back of a donkey. That was Aramaic. It traveled along the Assyrian Empire's own road system, and then the Persian Empire made it the language of administration from the Aegean to the Indus. Remember the boy from our tablet house chapter, 12 years old, hand wobbling on his lentil-shaped practice tablet, 4 years into a 12-year training in a system so baroque that speaking his own mother tongue in class got him caned. Somebody had just invented a shortcut that a bright child could learn in a month. That is what happened, not conquest. competition. The most sophisticated writing technology on Earth was beaten by a cheaper one, the way expensive, brilliant things usually are. And now the joke, which is the best joke in this entire story, and it is on us. The winner was perishable. Nearly every Aramaic letter, contract, poem, and shopping list ever written in ink on parchment in Mesopotamia has rotted away. Gone. And the loser, the absurd, over-engineered 12-year system pressed into wet mud, turns out to be functionally immortal. Clay does not rot. Clay does not burn. Clay, as we learned in a much bigger room in a much worse fire, is improved by catastrophe. We can read the language that lost. We can barely read the language that won. Now let me hand you the inheritance, because this is what I have been building toward for hours, and I want to do it in the right order. Start with the sky. I told you these people read the heavens for warnings, because a god had installed the sky as a machine with decreed stations, and a machine that runs on rules is a document, and a document can be read. That belief is theology, and it is false. And it produced, as a direct consequence, the single most extraordinary act of collective patience in the history of science. From roughly the 8th century before the Common Era, the scribes of Babylon began keeping what we now call the astronomical diaries. Every night, the positions of the moon and the planets, and alongside them, on the same tablets, the level of the river, the price of barley and dates and wool in the market, the weather, and anything notable that had happened in the city. They kept it up for nearly 700 years. Sit with that for a moment. Not one astronomer's lifetime of observations, not one dynasty's. 7 centuries of nightly record keeping, maintained across the fall of their own empire, through Persian rule, through Alexander, through the Seleucids, through the Parthians. The institution outlived every single government that ever funded it. It is the longest continuous scientific project human beings have ever run, and nothing since has come close. And with enough nights, patterns surface. Eclipses repeat on a cycle. Planets return. By the last few centuries before the Common Era, Babylonian astronomers had stopped merely recording the sky and started computing it, arithmetic systems that could predict where the moon would be and when it would go dark without anybody going outside to look. The Greeks knew exactly where this came from. Hipparchus built his work on Babylonian eclipse records. When Ptolemy wrote the Almagest, the book that ran European astronomy for the next 1400 years, he anchored his tables to observations from Babylon reaching back to the 8th century before the Common Era, which means the oldest usable data point in the whole of Western astronomy is a night in Mesopotamia, written down by a man who believed he was reading a warning. The Greeks called these people Chaldeans after the marsh tribe that had produced Nabopolassar. And within a few centuries, the word had stopped meaning a tribe at all. It simply meant astronomer. That is a fate I would wish on anybody. Your nation's name becomes the word for the thing your nation was best at. Then there is the number. They counted in 60s. They took it from the Sumerians, who liked it because 60 divides cleanly more ways than almost anything else, which is precisely what you want when you are splitting a field, or a debt, or a jar of oil 3 ways without an argument. Akkadian scribes carried it. Babylonian astronomers used it to cut the circle of the sky and the length of an hour into workable fractions. Greek astronomers took the arithmetic along with the observations because it was the best tool available for the job. Ptolemy used it. Islamic astronomers used it. Europe used it. And nobody has ever managed to get rid of it. Look at a clock, 60 seconds, 60 minutes. Look at a compass or a map, 360 degrees and 60 minutes of arc inside each one. You use base 60 every day of your life, and you use it because a temple accountant on a mud plain wanted a number he could divide without a fight. Which brings me at last to our title. Sargon of Akkad claimed the four quarters as territory. Hammurabi claimed them as jurisdiction. Ashurbanipal wanted the four quarters books because you have not really taken a place until you have taken what it knows. Nebuchadnezzar built a blue corridor and made the four quarters come to him. Every one of them was certain that he was the one who would keep it. Not one of them kept it for 3 generations. And here is where it ended up. You are standing in one of the four quarters, whichever one it is, and you keep time in their arithmetic, and you measure a circle in their fractions, and when you put your name to an agreement, you are doing a thing that was invented so that 2 people who did not trust each other could both be protected. The final owner of the king of the four quarters is somebody who has never heard of Naram-Sin doing the washing up. They did not lose it to Cyrus. They gave it away to everybody for free without ever noticing. There are pieces still missing, and I want you to leave holding them, because I think unfinished business is the finest gift this subject has to offer. Akkad has never been found. Think about that, the first empire in the history of the world, the capital city that every king in this episode for 2,000 years was consciously imitating. The place Sargon ruled from and Naram-Sin decorated, and the curse of Akkad describes being emptied by the wind. We have its texts, we have its art. We have kings 15 centuries later digging in the dirt for its foundation stones, and we cannot point to it on a map. It is somewhere in central Iraq, probably under a mound, probably under a farm, probably within a day's drive of Baghdad. It is not lost the way Atlantis is lost. It is lost the way a book is lost in a library. It is there, it has an address, and nobody has walked down the right aisle yet. Somebody is going to find it. It may well be somebody who is alive right now. And the tablets keep talking. New lines of Gilgamesh surfaced in 1998 and more in 2011, and a fragment that had been sitting in a museum drawer since the 1800s turned out to contain lines about the death of Enkidu that no living person had ever read. There are hundreds of thousands of tablets in the world's collections that nobody has yet sat down with. The reading is not finished. It has barely started. George Smith would have been unbearable about that, and he would have been right. Which leaves one question, and I have been holding it since the very beginning, and I owe you an answer. The king's hand on the mace, the scribe's hand on the stylus. Which one won? The scribe, obviously the scribe, but I want to be honest about how, because the honest version is stranger and better than the triumphant one. The scribe did not defeat the king. The scribe outlasted him. And the scribe outlasted him precisely because his work was cheap and duplicated and copied out by bored children as homework and stacked in a back room and not worth stealing. Gold gets melted down. Statues get carried off. Palaces get burned by men who are trying very hard to erase you. Nobody bothers to erase a receipt. And so everything we know about the mace, we know from the stylus. We know Sargon's name because schoolchildren copied it as a spelling exercise 1,500 years after he died. We know what Hammurabi thought justice was because a raiding Elamite king judged his steel worth stealing, and because a scribe 200 miles away had already made a copy of the text. Even the head, that bronze face I put into your hands hours ago, with the eye hacked out and the ear cut away, we still cannot agree whether it is Sargon or Naram-Sin, and I have made my peace with that. Whoever wanted him unrecognizable partly succeeded, and it did not matter in the slightest, because while they were working on the portrait in a back room somewhere, a bored 12-year-old was copying his name out for the 4th time badly. Kings wrote in bronze and stone and gold, and their reigns are gone. A frightened, underpaid, clay-stained professional class wrote in mud, and the mud is what reached you. Was Naram-Sin a lunatic or the shrewdest political operator in the ancient world? I said at the start that I would leave that with you. I am leaving it with you. I have changed my own mind about it twice while making this. And the very last thing any of them ever wrote, that small, unremarkable tablet from Uruk, the almanac for a year that no longer needed announcing, was written in the language of a kingdom that had been dead for 600 years. In Akkadian, of course. So here is where I leave you. The next time you glance at the time and see an hour cut into 60, know that the number came from people who needed to divide a barley debt 3 ways without an argument, and that it has outlived every empire that has ever tried to replace it, including ours. The next time you sign something or agree to something in writing and feel that small satisfying click of a thing being made real, that mechanism was invented on a hot plain between 2 rivers by people who wanted a way to be sure of each other. They are still keeping their promises to you. And the next time you are outside at night and you look up and pick out a planet, and I would like you to actually do this week, at whatever hour it gets dark where you are, I want you to know that somebody once stood under that same moving point of light and wrote down where it was. And then somebody else did the next night. And somebody else the night after that, for 700 years, through the end of their empire and the arrival of 3 foreign ones, because they believed the sky was a document and they were determined to read the whole of it. They never finished, neither have we. And that, in the end, is what I love most about these people, not the walls which fell, not the armies which are ash, not the 4 quarters which nobody ever held. It is that the last thing a Mesopotamian ever wrote at the end of 3,000 years of writing was not a boast or a lament or a farewell. It was a prediction about tomorrow night. Thank you for traveling this far into the deep past with me. This has been the story of Mesopotamia, of Akkad and Babylon and Assyria, of Sargon and Hammurabi and Ashurbanipal and Nebuchadnezzar, and of the far more important people whose names we mostly do not have, the ones who kept the accounts. Go and find that planet. It will be exactly where they said it would be.